very special guest for you today, gamers. Look. Look who I have captured. Oh, he doesn't like it. He's not a fan. He knows chat is here. He hates chat. It's okay, baby. No scratches. No scratches. No fleeing either. You must show how cute you are. Look. Look how cute the guy is. The chat. Purring. He really is a little teddy bear. He's so sweet. I love him. Epic Marlowe petting music. Oh, he's very long. Look how tall he is. And yet he's only 10 pounds. That's crazy. Hey, Bryce, thanks for 11 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that so much. Okay. Okay, alright. Okay, alright, there goes the mic. Hang on, I'll let him out. He was just here, so I decided to capture him quickly. Come on, Bean. He sits patiently, and then he strikes. And by strikes, I mean he hops away like a bunny rabbit. He really doesn't like being on camera. And also, I don't know if it's chat. I feel like it's chat. He almost donkey kicked you? No, that's just what he does. He kicks off with his back paws and just yeet. He sits calmly, and then the moment he's done, he's like, kick. But it's how cats get their jump distance, so... Like, I'm not like, you know, wounded by it or anything. He has scratched the living bejesus out of my legs once or twice, though. One time I was trying to put him in the carrier because we were going to the vet, and he does not like the vet. He does not like the carrier because the carrier equals the vet. And I was like, you know, maneuvering him, and he managed to get on my thighs, and he kicked off of them with all of his force and all of his claws. And of course it was summer, so I was wearing shorts, and he just sliced the living like daylights out of my leg, and I was like, ugh! Of course, I'm prepared. So what happened was, what I do first is I put his harness on him. Now I got him a harness and he was a kitten, so that I could, well, when he was growing up, it's like an adjustable one, so it fits kittens and cats. So I got him this harness so I could harness train him if he wanted to go outside. He did not want to go outside, so the harness isn't used, except for when I got to take him to the vet. I put the harness on him, and he immediately becomes paralyzed. Not literally, but cats, they're very dramatic. So he just acts like he can't move anymore, and he just flops over, and he's like... And he acts like, you know, oh, I'm so woe is me, I can't move because I have something on my body. However, when it's vet time, all of a sudden, he's completely maneuverable. So what I do is I put the harness on him, I put the leash on him, right? And then, while with the harness and leash, I put him in the carrier because he's that difficult. So if it helps me, because what happens is if he gets away from me, I still have the leash on him. And it's not ideal because the poor little dingus runs and then like yoinks himself back by the harness like a cartoon character. But the other option is that he hides and I cannot capture him for an hour. So, and he runs and he's very evasive. So this is the plan. Yeah, but it's a harness, so it distributes the weight, fortunately. So like it's not like he hurts himself, but I do feel so terrible. The one time he got away from me, he sliced the hell out of me and then he just yoinked himself back. No, treats don't work. He is not food motivated. He does not give a shit about treats. Not when it comes to the vet. He knows. He knows what's coming. And nothing can distract him. Not pets, not play, not food, nothing. He doesn't give a shit. He will fight with all of his tiny little cat being to not go into that carrier. So this is why I have to repair. It's the only time he's clever, really. And I mean that with affection. He's not very smart usually, which is a good thing. I mean, like, seriously, smart cats are menaces. He's very cute, not too smart. It's a perfect combination, I think, personally. Solo pets are much less motivated by treats and food. I think it just depends on the individual animal. Could have something to do with the breed too, because let me tell you, my previous cat, also a solo cat, no, he would do anything for food. Anything. Recently got hair done? Yeah, about a month ago? No, not even that long. 3 weeks ago. Yeah. Just got re-blondified. Lucky that Kitty's vet is a family friend and will do house calls. Otherwise, I'd die trying to take him to the vet. It's not easy. That's very lucky. Kitty cat. They can become so immensely, like, just difficult when they have to go to the vet. They know. I have like a whole routine with Marlo when I have to take him to the vet. And it's not easy. Neighbor across the street playing Wonderwall at full volume? Like on the radio? Or on like they themselves are playing Wonderwall? Because both are terrible. Here's the thing, I like Wonderwall, but I don't want to hear someone else's Wonderwall. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to hear it from the next door neighbor. I don't want to hear your music, even if I like that music. Oh, don't even get me started on that game. Ugh, that's why I was so late. I was watching part of the game. It's over. It's over. There's no good teams left. There's no one to root for in the World Cup anymore. It's so over. Seriously, who am I gonna root for? England? No, they're jerks to Canadians. France? I don't know, maybe Spain? Okay, I guess. Argentina? Alright, I don't know. I don't want to root for anybody. They're just like teams. I don't want to root for any of them. I'm not emotionally connected. Although France played like fucking fire against Morocco. Not gonna lie, they fucking dominated. So maybe France, I guess. It was a good game. It was a good game to see. Yeah. Yeah, that is accurate. Yeah. I am an Oasis enjoyer, but I'm a like a casual Oasis enjoyer. Oh, sorry, Switzerland's still in it. I'm so sorry. I forgot they're still in it. I knew I was forgetting somebody. But I'm not going to root for them also. I did forget, but I'm not rooting for them. I like to see Wraff at a FIFA game. I would just be the motherfucker telling, I would just be screaming at all of the people who pretend to be injured. It's like, let me tell you, these motherfuckers, they get like casually, like they're like running and then they like get lightly tapped by someone running after them and then they just keel over and grab their legs screaming, oh my God. And then what do they do? And then what do? They sit there and they raise their hand to the ref like this with all the energy of a 5-year-old telling the teacher that someone pushed them in fucking recess. I am telling you. It's ridiculous. They're so dramatic. I should be the ref. I would be a great ref. I would be the great ref. Yeah, and then they get the foul and they hop up and they're like, yay! It's literally children do this. Children do this for attention. A child learns that if they like fall over, then everyone goes, oh, and then they go, well, they didn't really hurt very much. Maybe I can get an ice cream out of this. And they go, and then they get ice cream and they're like, beautiful. I would take no nonsense. I'd see one of those little fucking children on the field. I'd be like, get up. Walk it off. The ice cream is a free kick or a penalty? Dude, bro, like, okay, listen, I understand the idea, but I feel like half the time it's like someone somewhere on the field fell over 5 minutes prior to a goal, and therefore the goal is invalid. And I'm like, fuck that. What? You know what I mean? It's so stupid. I swear, I've seen these goddamn free kicks, and I've been watching them running, and then they like fall over on their own, and they're like, ah! And then they point to someone behind them, like this, and they get a free kick. And they like, I'm watching, they just fucking fell down because they're clumsy. Oh, it's ridiculous. Insanity. How can a goal be disallowed when someone else gets injured meters away? I know! I know, it's insane. Stupid, very stupid. Incredibly stupid sport. If you want to watch soccer, chat, watch the anime Blue Lock, or like read the manga, because like it's so much better. It makes soccer seem really cool. And then you watch fucking FIFA, and it's just a bunch of like lion-ass babies falling on the ground. If you want to watch like cool sports, watch anime. If you want to watch like 5-year-olds playing soccer for the first time and then trying to get ice cream because they trip themselves, I'm telling you, you should watch FIFA at that point if you like that, if you like children. Yellow card for Norway where it was England's own player running into their goalie. I know. I'm telling you, I'm just noticing that what's very interesting about the FIFA is that the teams that have the most merch already prepared, because they're very like popular and known and have like a lot of money put into them, are the ones that seem to get like lots of calls that assist them to progress. I'm just noticing. I was like noticing a pattern. You know, it's the same way that I observe lore in Elden Ring. I'm observing a pattern in the FIFAs. When you flop in hockey, it's a penalty. To be fair to hockey, violence is built into that sport, let me tell you. Like, oh my god, it's not great. I hear they take dives because the refs don't bother to call fouls otherwise, but yeah, some of them are taking the piss. Yeah, I mean, like, I seriously see a grown-ass man raising his hand to call the teacher, and I think of children on the playground. I think of the time where, like, someone fell over on the playground, and they're like the tattletale in class, and you're like, oh, here we go. Who are they gonna say did it? They just like fell over on the field, and you're just like, oh. They're like, Michael pushed me. Michael was like 20 meters away, child. Come on. Ridiculous. Same energy, I tell you. Why we in the US don't care about the world football? I mean, I don't know, man. There was a whole lot of Americans at the FIFAs. It's the same for all sports? I think some sports are worse than others, I gotta tell you. Like, very much. It's sort of like an Elden Ring PvP when you invade someone who has a shield and a spear, and all they do is hold up the shield and poke, 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 poke. It's like, it reminds me of that. It's just like an awful way to play. I guess it still counts. Curling has rules like compliment the other team or don't say anything at all. That's very funny, actually. I didn't know that. Anyway, that's my soccer rant. Kick Misericord with lightning is for? Yeah, but that means you have to always carry a Misericord, and it's just, I don't really like to build around. I don't want to have to bring like 15 things in my back pocket to deal with nonsense, you know what I mean? England definitely particularly bad. They spent more time in drama class than on the pitch. Oh, true though. I laughed at that sport that uses mallets to hit the ball. Croquet? Is it croquet or is it croquette? It's spelled like it's croquet, but I feel like it's pronounced croquette. Croquet. Good, good, good. Double whips ignore that shield and spear? No, it doesn't ignore the shield. It goes... okay, you gotta remember, number one, do not speak to me of the old magic, which I was there when it was written. I am the ultimate whip tech user. The buildup of status still works. Whips don't really cut through shields that much. And you gotta remember that whenever there's one shield poker, there's two shield pokers. They still have range. It's really annoying to deal with spears with whips, because like you have this like long arcing hit that's sort of like shh, and while you're doing this, they're just like poke and you're like ah, and then you're like fuck. It's really annoying. Spears, I wouldn't say necessarily a counter, but they're definitely incredibly hard to deal with whips. I want to play croquet. I don't think I'd be very good at it, but I feel like it would be very cathartic to just hit a ball with a mallet. And it's very Alice in Wonderland. Yes. Barring retaliation for poke spammers? I always keep enough lightning Misericords to have kick, thunderbolt, quickstep, golden vow, and parry. See that? I'm already tired just reading that. I'm like, I'm good. I'm like, and this is why I'm retired from PvP. People, it's just like it can be really fun, but it's also just your variety comes from people, and unfortunately, people are not very creative. So it eventually gets really boring. Holy fist weapons go through shields? Yes. Also, status buildup goes through shields, and kick counter shields fully. But like, I like to keep it simple. I like to have every single item on my bar. I don't like swaps. I find them to be just annoying and boring and very sweaty. And like, if other people want to sweat, they can sweat, but I don't like playing like that. So I bring my build, and that's what I bring. So I don't want to have to feel like I have to bring like a backpack full of equipment to deal with all the nonsense people do, because I'd rather just like try to find someone else interesting to play with, you know? There are a few things that go through shields. I think Shottles maintain that, or that might just be a Dark Souls 1 thing, because Shottles are just curved swords. I don't think they do it anymore. But like, the holy weapons do, but they're one weapon, so you need a particular build. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, sure, if you have a pure faith build and you're invading with that, Poggy. In fact, I used them a little bit. All right, I think I'm thinking of size. They partially cut through shields. Yeah, they go around shields or something like that. I'm really enjoying re-uploading all of my old PvP clips, though. They're very funny. I'm really enjoying that. It's like, oh man, that was so fun. And then I think of doing PvP again, and I'm like, no, it's not it, you know? Jump attack with them hits above or behind the shield, though. What, whips? Not really, no. It's just, you gotta remember that when you're dealing with 3 people, usually, it's very difficult to even pull off a jump attack a lot of the time. Especially with the latency. I like jump attacks, but I don't use them too often. I find running attacks to be more consistent. And that is like 90% of PvP is just running attack, because everyone's always running from you. Something go above or below a shield? Yeah, no, I don't think those do. Like, I'm trying to think about it. I feel like no. I hate PvP? How could I hate PvP when I have like a fucking 1,000 hours in it? I hate how most people do PvP, which is like the same 5 things. But that's not my fault. I didn't make their builds. If I did, I would have made them sexy and good and fun. But instead, it's Rivers of Blood, Moonveil, Raw Breath, Other Breath, Shield Poke, and that's it. Turn on the thing lets people invade you? No, I like to invade people. I don't like to be invaded. I like to go and fight them. It's more fun. Almonster's Relic Slop and Night Rain, it's all I see. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame because there really is some other interesting stuff, but it's so strong. So it's the best way and consistent way to cut through all the damage, you know? Blasphemous Blade L2 spam? I don't mind Blasphemous Blade in PvP because it's just like, oh no, my greatest weakness, walking over to the left, and then it's over. It can't even hit you anymore. But it's just, yeah, that one isn't too bad. Oh god, whatever will I do? Steps one step over to the left. I think some of my favorite clips, and I am guaranteeing someone out there has called me a hacker before, because I invaded these people. This has happened several times, but I invaded these people. And so when you land in a world for the first time as a phantom, you get iframes for a few seconds. It's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 seconds, something like that. Like, it's pretty short, but you can start moving and you still have iframes. Now, this happens for everybody, including like the golds and the blues that are summoned in. But sometimes as an invader, you happen to invade and they are literally right next to you. So they see a red and they start swinging and you don't take any damage, and you start moving and you don't take any damage. And I've noticed there's been a couple times they hit me at first and then they realize they can't hit me and they start panicking and they roll dodge backward. And I go through some invasions completely hitless. And I've had these moments of like, holy shit, I'm guaranteeing you these people do not know about phantom iframes, like the immunity you get when you first land, and they think I'm hacking. So they stop trying to hit me. Like, I'm wondering if out there somewhere is a Reddit post of like, all these hackers invading me, they're ruining my life. Meanwhile, it's like iframes. And they don't know about it. Ruin's Greatsword, that was Nurse Vigor Check. Yes, that was a very fun build. So I made a build called Nurse Vigor Check, and I actually uploaded a clip of it today on Insta, so it's like fresh in my mind. I dressed her in the white dress and kind of like that little hat that looked kind of, it's like sort of nursey. And then I had the big old Ruin's Greatsword, because you know those things where you hit the knee and then you kick to test reflexes? The idea was that I'm testing their reflexes with the L2, right? And then her other weapon was one of the pokers, the Godskin Stitcher, because it's a needle, so it's like, you know, time to get your shots. So I made her all thematic and everything. So yeah. NBC invaders teach them there aren't iframes, that part's on From. I wouldn't say that, because, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you try hitting someone, like, imagine you enter a world, you're still loading in, you're in an animation, and people are killing you, right? It's not very fair, is it? The game does tell you about spawn and iframes. The first time you try to hit a red and you realize it doesn't fucking connect. Like, I don't know what to tell you. This is how you learn. I didn't know about spawn and iframes until I once invaded and I wasn't hit, and I was like, oh shit, I have iframes for a few seconds. That's how I learned. Maybe if they invaded, they'd figure it out. Yeah, context clues, dog. Context clues. The game doesn't tell you about anything. The game barely has a tutorial. I mean, text? What does the game tell you about? Really? Does it teach you that if your health, you know, vanishes, you die? No, you just learn because your health vanishes and you die, and you wake up and you go, aha, I guess if I lose all my HP, I die. It's the same idea. You learn by doing. NPC invaders work differently. They should learn from real invaders. It's a small thing they have to unlearn. Yeah, but I feel like the very first time they have an invader that invades them and they can't kill them instantly, and then they hit them and they see, oh, they take damage after a few seconds, they should learn it. Maybe that's just me. It doesn't really seem that, you know, obvi. Oh yeah, I also help people fight bosses. They did add a tutorial on how to find the tutorial. It was a little hard to find though, that's true. Preferred watching PvP more than playing? I think that's the best way to do PvP sometimes. Loving the Silent Hill playthrough VODs, please heal. Honestly, James is barely dying. You guys are too soft. You guys are like FIFA players. You guys are like the World Cup players. He just got hit with, like, a greatsword 5 times. He's fine. My goodness. Walk it off. Big hole with the ghost saying jump down to learn to play wasn't enough? No, the ghost wasn't there. The ghost was what they added. So what do you mean? There was a giant hole. Or something. What did they add? Because I remember I didn't find the tutorial at first because I was so used to fall damage in Dark Souls that I didn't even look. So I think they added the ghost to tell you, like, drop down or something. And I was like, wait, what? Huh? And then I realized that you're supposed to go down there. It didn't look droppable. Save your drinks for the next remake. I'm telling you, I'm going to heal fully. I'm going to get stuck at some point. I'm going to have all my healing. It'll be fine. Ghost was in the chair at the start. Oh, okay. The network test. The ghost was not there. I played the network test. And the network test, they noticed that most people missed the tutorial, which is why they added the ghost. The ghost was what they added in 1.0. I know for a fact because I played a network test and I missed it. And I didn't know until I watched Iron Pineapple's video. And I was like, what do you mean there's a tutorial? And I was like, fuck, really? Because as a Souls player, as a Bloodborne player, I looked at that pit and I was like, there's no fucking way I can fall down there. So I walked right past it. You will be ganking with 2 summons, wondering why you get 3 free seconds. I know, it's weird. Even though it's like barely. Black Flame unloaded if people are all around me. Black Flame Tornado, I have literally, there's one clip I have where I loaded into the world. They were all next to me and I landed, hit L2, and they all died. Like, oh boy, that was a good one. I gotta find that one. Where'd that one go? Did I upload that one already? Elden Ring was the first time they added a tutorial. Yeah, I mean, Dark Souls kind of has it. I think they also added it because they changed some of the controls. So like jumping was added, how to two-hand was changed, stuff like that. Anyway, no, I'm talking about the ghost that they added. That was in 1.0. And I think it was a good idea. The main reason being, I also skipped the tutorial because the first thing I saw when I landed was a big glowy tree. So I ran toward the big glowy tree thinking it would have something, you know, going on, and it didn't actually. All right, what level am I? How's my stats? Because I need 20 dexterity and then I can switch weapons. At least try. Where are great katanas? Right here. So I want to try the Dragon Hunter's great katana, but yeah, the dex requirement is causing me issues. Let's see. Maybe we'll take off this because I don't know how much bleed is going to help. And then also can run this. And then we have 23. Okay, let's go level up then. I don't have the map here, but I have this memory of this map being different. So I'm not too worried about it. I double checked to make sure I didn't miss anything. So I think it's just one of those maps that is not in this area. Because my brain is going, that map weird. And really, my brain's been pretty good about remembering things. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Because I really want to try a different weapon for the DLC. But I also want it to be stupid strong, like dumb. Oh my god, it is so much easier to level up special weapons. It's insane. Yay. Oh, that was more than I expected. $200,000 to level up. Because I kind of want to put on, hang on, let's test something. No, I'm still medium load. What if I... what if I wear this? No, still medium, huh? There we go. Okay. If we go back to our original fit with the Great Jar's arsenal, because the Great Katana is a lot lighter than the 2 Great Stars, we actually can be light load. Outside Rolana's Grace? I didn't exit Rolana's room. That's what you mean. Like, I didn't go past her. How long did it take you to 100% this game? Depends on what you mean by 100%. Like, if you mean... every single I don't know, a lot of time, because for me 100% also includes like dialogue. So I did every quest, but I also did every permutation of every quest, and I went through and I said no to everybody, you know, because like they have different dialogue if you say no. Like Alexander, you're like, he's like, will you help me? If you say no, he's like, oh, that's okay, I'll get out of this, don't you worry. So I count that sort of stuff as 100% because it's like, you know, part of the fun, I suppose. But I don't know. I played this game for so long off and on that I don't really remember. Hey, Kara XP, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome. How's it going? Behind the run-up Grace patio side? No, I didn't. It's possible I missed stuff. We can go back. We're not done with that area anyway. Playing some Convergence. Ooh, nice. How are you liking it? Because that's sort of on my list once I'm caught up with all this stuff. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, Yui, how's it going? Had about 340 hours in Elden Ring for 2 playthroughs? Yeah, that's about right. Hey, Con, thanks for the gifted sub. Welcome in, everybody. Enjoy your butterfly emotes. Can I get some Wraff, snakes, and donks in the chat, please? We're just doing some lore. We're about to fight Bayle. I don't really remember how to fight Bayle, but I'm gonna summon Egon and we're gonna get some sick dialogue. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? I went to the wrong Grace. Really nice interior design. The dungeons feel really fresh and exciting. Oh, that's nice. It's probably next on my list when I'm like needing something to do. You know what I mean? Can you do a lore run on Convergence? No. No, I can't. Convergence is an overhaul mod and they add stuff and I don't really... It's... like, I don't know about... like, if it's anything like Dark Souls 3's Convergence, they add their own sort of stuff and it's neat, but like... It's fanfic lore, so it's not lore. It's fun, but it's not lore. How do I summon Bayle again? Hang on. I think I use the finger. I think I just straight up use it when we're in the arena. Let's test it out. Let's get that boy's fingy out here. Where is this fingy? 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 I have too many items. Hang on, what category did it go in? It's just a thing. It just says item held. And I'm like, yeah, well, I know the item. I don't know where the thingy is. Thingy. What's this? Oh, yeah. This is Baldur's Gate 3 all over again. I can never find anything in here. Maybe it's a key item? There it is. So I can't put it on my bar? God, that's annoying. Oh, wait. No, I can do this. Yes, it's all coming back to me. Can't I? No? Oh, it's gonna be annoying. Oh, you don't have to equip it? Oh, okay. I don't remember. It's been, like, so long. Okay, actually, so first of all, I left off here last time. Right before Bayle, because I had to go to sleep. And I want to talk about how you don't need a cutscene to add gravitas to a boss. He enters exactly like, what's his name? What is his name? Amygdala! Like Amygdala from the Nightmare Frontier. Oh, I remember that. He really does look very human, doesn't he? More so than the other dragons. Alright, where's this sign? There it is. I lost it. Where is it? There it is. Bro isn't even in the world yet.
I hereby vow.
Yeah, you're vowing.
You will rue this day. Behold, a true Drake warrior, and I, Egon.
That's me. I'm the true Drake warrior.
Your solid of scale you might be, foul dragon.
That's a pretty solid L2.
But
Holy
I
fuck.
will riddle with holes your rotten eyes.
Sorry, I forgot to do something. For the Hail of Harpoons.
Every last drop of my being.
Don't worry, we'll summon him again for the lore and the dialogue and whatnot. All right, get him, Bayle. Oh no, he's having a hard time. No, hit Bayle. Or I mean, sorry, hit Egon. I want to see what happens when he dies. Is Egon hitting him, like, at all? Oh, that's right. Hit him with that reverse Uno. Hit him with that I ate your kids. Damn, dude. Hit him with that Agamemnon. Woo! You gotta admit, that's pretty fucked up. Like, literally just, like, using a dragon incant on him, a dragon community incant on him is like, hey, I ate the hearts of your children, by the way. Egon! Can you, like, die, please, for lore purposes? Oh, I forgot about the follow-up. We're also showcasing a lot of his phase 1, which is good. Oh! Phew. There we go, he's hitting him. I do love Egon though. I love when he gets hit and he's like, oh! Oh, fuck, I forgot you can't just run back. Yeah, dragon. Ooh, you hit him back, Egon. That was sick. Does he ever even die? I'm pretty sure he does, but like he's not a traditional summon, so he doesn't have a health bar or anything. Oh no! Oh, he's getting eaten. He's doing pretty good though. Oh, I missed the dodge. That's okay. Uh-oh. He do be phasing. I think that's 1.5. Or that's just one of his moves. I don't even remember. Wait, he did it where I was going? Ah, you weenie. Whoops. There we go, there we go. Okay, now I want to be grabbed, if possible. Okay, not a grab. I think that big chomp is his grab. Okay, just kill me for now. Perfect. Okay, so we'll summon Egon again. And then just see about his phase 2. Yeah, no, Egon lasts a long freaking time. He did great. He got chomped and eaten like 4 times. He's doing great. So that's a lot of Bayle's moves. He uses the, what do they call it? Hang on. It's a special type of lightning they use. No. Maybe it's one of the fire pots I got? No. Not the red lightning. It's like fire lightning or something like that. There was an item that said it, but now I don't remember which item that was. It was one associated with the dragons. Like the new dragons. But that's why he has a unique color. Oh wait, I think it was a spell. Was it a spell book? No, was it just a regular spell? Nope. I don't remember, but it's sort of Bayle's signature lightning. God, I love him. Oh shit, I died. Like, he's not even loaded in. And the first thing, curse you! Like, he's so mad. Holy shit, it's so good. I actually adore Egon just for that moment. And can't you get after defeating Bayle? Oh, right, because I could already read it at the communion altar. That's probably where I got it. Yeah. So that's why he has this unique coloration, and the lightning around here has that color too. Okay, I can hate that start opener. It's so toxic. Okay, the same thing happened again. Stop killing me instantly. So, now let's take a look at Bayle Bayle's body if we can ever get a peek without him doing something annoying. That's a grab. Perfect. I want to showcase it. It hits quite hard. So, he's in really bad shape. He's fucked up, wounded all over, including missing a leg.
Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your rotten hide. With a hail of harpoons! With every last drop of my being!
Oh fuck! Ah! Oh, there I go. So one of the main features of Bayle, and I think this is sort of really notable, but he's missing his, for lack of a better term, arms, and he's missing a leg. It's a lot like Egon himself. And in fact, it's sort of like Monka, Fuck, I hate Bayle. Ah, I healed bad. I just wanted to heal quickly before he hit me again.
You will rue this day.
Yeah, if you notice, he's got, dragons don't have, like, arms, but they often sort of have their wings kind of hitting the ground. He doesn't have anything like that. God, I fucking hate the fire. So look, it's just like, well, forearm bits on both sides left over. And a missing leg. I forgot about the follow-up. We'll learn his moves, but it's going to take a while because I also want to showcase him. I think we're going to stop summoning Egon because his talking is, you know, while cool, annoying. Is Bayle worse than Caligo? I don't know. I don't know. That's a great question, actually. It's all very Moby Dick. Yeah. However, there's a big thing with the fact that this dragon was a person. And we actually don't fully know what Bayle looked like. Not entirely. We get an idea with this, but I would argue that this is just, ugh, fuck, I hate dragons. They're so fucking annoying. Okay. I actually ducked under it for a second. However, we do also see, I just want to show your body. The Placidusax heads on his back, which, fuck if I'm ever going to be able to show it. He also looks like a monster after getting beat up in Monster Hunter, you know what I'm saying? Fuck, I missed the dodge. You can kind of see it there on his back, but he's got Placidusax's missing heads on his back and at other parts of his body, but like it's really hard to see. So, yeah, we know that Bayle was a person because, well, okay, Bayle was not initially a person. Bayle was a dragon. Bayle was always a dragon. But what happens to the wyvern-type dragons? Their hearts get eaten, right? However, when you eat a dragon heart, you eventually become a worm because the dragon's power is too much for the frail human form and it eventually reasserts itself. But you never become a dragon, you become a worm. Cursed to crawl on the ground on your belly. However, Bayle is different. Bayle has always been different. Bayle is able to, in some way, fully reassert himself. Formerly a dragon communion warrior, the ancient dragon man was once arbiter of those worthy to devour the dreaded one. So you could argue that no one's ever been able to devour the Dreaded One, that this was sort of like a test to decide that you were able to progress. In fact, I would argue this entire section is a not like a reference, but perhaps a reimagining of the Demon Souls for Archstone 4 area. Because in the Archstone 4 area, you're basically going in and it's all about death and the rituals for the dead. Farum Azula is actually also really very similar to this, and I definitely think that that area was sort of reimagined in Farum Azula. From all the way from Demon Souls in 2009. But this especially, I love Arbiter because there's like a judge. Because in Demon Souls, the first boss of the area is called the Adjudicator, and he is basically a really gigantic dude, but rather than a head, he's got a bird coming out of him. It's like a whole thing. Anyway, he is the one who decides not only if you get to continue, but he judges the flesh of those who have died and decides if they're able to like continue on their journey. The lore in Demon Souls is present, but it's definitely a little bit lighter on the lore. They were still sort of getting their bearings. It's the very first new IP that Miyazaki directed, so a lot of these ideas are still present and in their later games. But what happens when we first enter this area is we get tested by the Ancient Dragon One. And when we defeat him, we're able to continue. And we continue on this like miniature quest to see if we're worthy to devour Bayle. And then when we defeat the Ancient Dragon Man, we meet the Dragon Priestess who tells us to do it. So you could argue that Bayle has eluded being eaten for a very long time. But the lore also tells us that even if you eat Bayle's heart, eventually Bayle will return. The implication there being is that Bayle is able to reassert himself unlike the others, unlike the other dragons. Also, the fact that Bayle is just as wounded as Egon, and Egon's body is broken but his spirit isn't, it's interesting. They both managed to wound each other horribly, most likely, but not to kill each other. Both Bayle and Egon are missing the same body parts, effectively. But I definitely think that this particular dragon is one that has been eaten before and then come back. Also, Josh Kalan, thanks so much for the sub. Thank you so much for 13 months. Welcome back. Fuck, I fucking hate drip fire. I think Bayle has a phenomenal design. And I love the visual storytelling of the fight, such as being stuck in his fucking grundle. Just how fucked up his body is. You know Monster Hunter? In Monster Hunter, you hunt monsters, and Bayle looks like a monster at the end of a fight. He's got missing limbs and shit. He's all fucked up. His parts are all broken. It's so hard to tell when it's coming close. I fucking hate fire. A wonderful fight. I don't actually really like fighting any of the dragons in this game, even though he looks pretty. Fuck, he's annoying. We'll see how I like this weapon, too. Because this is not a great test. You know, some people don't think that Bayle has reasserted himself. I think some of the description of his heart and the description of his spells wrongly imply that we are not the first. God damn it. But I've been saying that since I first fought Bayle, and a lot of people were like, you don't understand the lore! And I'm like, possibly, but I stand by it. I haven't really seen anything that denies it to this day, so I guess maybe I, you know... Fuck! So, sure, you know? Yeah, this is my first time using this weapon. I just unlocked it. Like the stats more accurately. Okay, at least that didn't hit me, no problemo. He's really very amazing. Oh, it's fire! Ah! I thought it was his grab. Yeah, also his stance. Something about the arms, to me, is very human. I think it's because it's very similar to the Curse Blade pose, and the Godwin pose, for that matter. The way his arms are up. Oh god. That's a charge. Okay, cool. Neato. Oh, he did fire. Okay, cool. I might switch my flasks too so I can get my FP back, because the L2s are really good on him because he's a dragon. I think the fact that Placidusax's head are still attached tells us his Bayle is several ages old from when Placi was wounded, but that would mean that he's never been eaten. So if you, that's a good argument for that. But I personally think that he's just different than the others. Because when the dragon power reasserts itself, you don't become a Drake type dragon, you become a worm. So I think that Bayle has been affected by having been consumed. Your form does change. It also fits into the general lore of how consumption works in this game, in that sometimes things that are eaten take over what they were eaten by, like Rykard, who is the serpent now. The serpent is still the serpent, but it's as if he's in control of it, because when the serpent is killed, he takes over and isn't dead at all. So that's sort of the idea that I get here, is that though consumed, when he reasserts himself as he was, like a memory, like a nightmare. Like I said, you could argue the opposite. You could be like, no, the Placidusax heads mean that he's never been eaten. Okay, sure. Totally possible. But the heart description, which if I ever get it, is really the part that to me was like, holy fuck, they are telling you that this was once a human heart more than the others. That's, like I said, the thing about lore, is you could use the same piece of evidence and argue the opposite thing. But I'm just going to discuss all of it. Yeah, this might just not be the time for me to test out this weapon, because I don't know the moveset at all, so... I might just go back to the use. Oh, I'm out of L2. Oh my god, I didn't put the flask of cerulean on my bar. Ah, that's okay. Might summon Egon just to help us show phase 2, and because I don't really like this fight anyway. I just find it a little annoying how he, like, gets really close to you, and then also he jumps away from you, and then he blasts you with fucking annoying fire. It's like, ugh. It's like everything I dislike. His design is so cool, but he's just basically a worse Drake. Come here, Egon. Curse you, Bayle, etc.
Curse you!
Fuck. Ah. He's got the Caligo problem.
I vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true right warrior, and I, Egon.
Oh shit, I drank my flask of wondrous physic by accident.
Made flesh. Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon.
Yeah, Godric, for example, is another really good example. So Godric grafted people onto himself, right? He took their limbs. So really, if you look at Godric, he is... It's, in fact, you... Okay, I think I said this before, but I love it. He basically made a mech suit out of flesh, like an armored core out of other people's flesh, and then he commands it and, like, rides in it. Because when you defeat him, a bit of him is left, and he has no arms. He's just like a torso and a head, right? Because that's all that's left of him. And yet, even though Godric is a small part of the grafted whole, it's still pretty much agreed that that is him, right? Oh god, my timing's all off. Oh, there he goes. This is another... I forgot what this is. This is another one of my pieces of evidence that his form has changed. Is he gets those, like, ghostly, ancient dragonish wings. Aw, dang it. God, that did so much damage. I'm trying to see the plasty heads. That's not something I noticed when I fought him because, well, he's really low to the ground and it's hard to see the rest of his body. It's kind of a shame because it's really cool. Alright, let's go back to the Yuge. I don't have to learn a new moveset. No. Nah, I guess we'll just use this. As usual. It's missing a leg? Yeah, when you see him at the very start, he actually limps toward you. Like, he's constantly limping. Origin of the Drake type form is that he's been eaten. It's possible. However, we do know that the game tells us that he what do you call it? Holy shit. God, that is so much damage. Great Stars is not fucking balanced. Evie! One of these days I'll dodge that. Not this day. One of these days. No! I can't see what he's doing. I'm at the grundle. I clicked the wrong button. Oh god! I missed the tell. The whole DLC is basically 2 shots and everything kills you, and it's like... eh. But it's okay, because we do a lot of damage. Hope they change them in Elden Ring too. Yeah, me too. Okay, so hang on. What was I gonna say? The lore tells us that he, part of Dragon Communion was Placido Sax getting his revenge on all of Bayle's children, which suggests that he already had them at that point. Do you know what I mean? It's definitely possible that came later. First they got revenge on Bayle and then they went after his kids. Oh dude, he got stunned? Really? Whoops. Okay, I'm trapped. I can't see. Whoops. Do you see the plastic? Oops. Do you see the plastic heads on his back? Ah, I can't see. Where'd he go? Ah! But yeah, even if his wings were filled up, I don't think they would look like that. So I think that that's what he used to look like. Presumably. Also, remember, grafting in general. So he fought Placido Sax so fucking hard that Placido Sax's body and heads have been fused with his body, making them a part of his. I can't see this. Oh, I died. And also, well, are the wings he's channeling his own wings, or are they Placido Sax's wings? He is using Placido Sax's signature moves, but altered in his own way, using his signature flame lightning. But other than that, that is Placido Sax's nuke. Right? So if Placido Sax has become a part of Bayle, then potentially, even if Bayle's reborn, Placido Sax remains a part of him. At least that's my personal read. But like I said, there's an argument for both. And it sort of depends on your personal interpretation. But for me, this is a world where people eat things and they become a part of them, or people get eaten by things and then they take over that thing. So being eaten doesn't seem to be much of an obstacle to a lot of different entities. Why would it be for Bayle the Dread? Dude. No, don't do the... I hate the dick fire. The dick fire is the fucking worst. I wonder if Egon says anything if he survives. I feel like he does. Really? What an annoying creature. Oh, also, the red eye color is really interesting because all of the dragons don't look like him. They look like arcane eyes. Being eaten can be considered a form of Erd tree burial. I get it. You're saying that the Erd tree eats those it brings back. I get it. I don't personally subscribe to the idea of the Erd tree as like a parasite or like a predatory thing that's just there to eat. So I don't really, personally, no, I don't think so. I was actually thinking a lot about this today, about like the greater will and the 3 fingers, the 2 fingers and the 3. It's not really relevant right now, but. Don't Grail's children have red eyes? No, that is a buff. Grail's children kind of have the usual yellow eyes, but when Grail screams, they get an attack power buff, which shows in their red eyes. Well, we don't need the blue flask anymore, so I can take that off too, but learning how to heal him so far has not been a problem. Ones around Grail are zombies? I don't want to describe them as zombies, but I see what you mean. It's more that when Grail dies, they do. Yeah, for sure. But I wonder if that's more of a gameplay thing, because you aren't really supposed to kill Grail before the children. Do you know what I mean? The fact that that's basically a speedrun strat now, I don't really think is intended. But they don't care if you do it. And oh, my rolling's off. Woo! Don't do that. I can't see Bayle, but he's doing something, so be ready. Not that one! Oh my god, I freaking hate this thing. At least I'm cemented. You know what I mean? Every time I'm like, maybe I'll like them more now. No, I don't like this thing. It's the worst in camera fight technology. Having a couple cool moves and being cinema is not enough to make me like you. But yeah, that is literally Placidus Axe's move. So I think I would argue, there you go, you can see the heads. The one over the left shoulder and the one kind of closer to the front of his neck. I love this fight. I know, Bayle, a lot of people like Bayle. I don't really like anything to do with Bayle, but at least this is the one area of the DLC where Miquella is not mentioned. So we give it an honorable position for that reason. It's like literally an oasis of non-Miquella shit in an ocean of Miquella.
I hereby vow you will rue this
Get away from his dick, he's gonna
day.
do fire.
Behold, a true great warrior, and I, Egon.
Wait, he grabbed me? But I dodged. It was like perfect. Like it was actually perfect. I don't even believe that. Are you sure? Oh well. Maybe Midra doesn't have anything Miquella. I remember there being something Miquella-ish around him though. I vaguely remember like a Miquella thing. Maybe there is no Miquella there. Oh my god, my dodging is getting worse and it's like the most annoying fight on the planet. Oh my god, Elden Ring DLC. I fucking hate Bayle! Okay, I feel better.
Warrior, and I, Egon.
Egon, no! He's eating you, Egon!
Made flesh.
What? Oh, right, he gets iframes during grabs. Yeah, we use body parts from other Tarnished to do certain things, and it's not the same as casting spells with them. But I will say it's not dissimilar from Placidusax's heads being stuck in Bayle's body. And then him getting abilities from them. We use fingers to invade. Oh god. Ah! What is this? Alright, we out here living. Ah! Ah! Okay, well, not for long. Bayle? Whoa, he goes far out of the arena. It is very visually cool. But boy. Wings don't look very ancient dragony, but he's still using Placidusax's moves. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Like, that is, the charge is Placidusax's move. And he does that when he has the wings. They're spectral, so it's a little hard to tell. But in general, they aren't his wings. Like, even if you took those wings that he has right there and you filled them out, they wouldn't look like they do. God, I hate that move. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed by Bayle. I hate him so much. Fucking toxic.
Behold, a true great warrior, and
not the dig fire!
Your fears.
Wings are like a crucible aspect incantation, but more primal. Yeah, except, like, I really am not sure if they're his or they're Placidusax's. Placidusax is missing 3 of his 5 heads. And probably if you look at his model, you may be able to see all 3, but at least 2 of them are on his back, Bayle's back. And they're, like, fused into his skin. Fucking Cody head-ass movement.
Vow, you will rue this day. Behold, a true Drake warrior.
That's me.
Egon, your fears made flesh. Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon. But I will riddle with holes your rotten hide. With a hail of harpoons! With every last drop of my being!
Yeah, I think it's possible that the other one's on his back, you just can't see it. Unless you do like that, like, crazy camera work nonsense that people can do. You know, free cam shit. It's really hard to look at them. Like, I'm trying to see if those look like Classy's wings, because I remember Classy's wings looking different than other ancient dragon wings. Because ancient dragon wings, they look like dried, cooled lava. Like roiling lava that cooled. They're so interesting and segmented. Not so much, Classy. I remember his wings looking a little different, but once again, Classy's fucking hard as shit to see because he's always moving. It'd be like up his ass to see him. So a bit hard to tell. Yeah, Classy doesn't really look like the others. I think they're Classy. Uh-oh, Sure, do the move when I'm stuck in your grundle. You know what I mean? Yeah, they look like Plassies to me. Also, they're red. Like, they're pretty distinctly red, like all of, like, Placidusax's red lightning. Not orange. It could just be the lighting, though. It's really hard to tell.
Curse you, Bayle!
Yeah, it's like he's taken parts of Placidusax and consumed them, and then Placidusax has humans consume him and his children for strength. Yeah, do the dig fire again right there. Oh my god, he's great.
Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes.
Also, there's something a little cannibalistic. We talked about this with the dragons before, but we know that the great worms. Oh my god, why did you have to do that? There, Egon, you're throwing! Egon! It's possible he had 4 sets of wings previously, just like a ancient dragon. Before the consuming change. Okay, so that has the initial hitbox, a follow-up hitbox, and then an explosion afterward. Okay. We'll try to get the timing eventually. Oh, also a move that Bayle does is, it's like the ones the drakes do, where they fly up and then they slam down on you. But his looks particularly bird of prey-like. It's just cool. But there is also the death birds and the assassins who dress like death birds so that they're able to, while they assassinate, they use bird cosplay to help them.
You will rue this day. Behold, the true great warrior.
Yeah, the worms, we know for a fact are people that ate dragon hearts and then became worms, right? Great worms, all of those. God, I'm glad he is in a night rain.
Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your rotten hide. With a hail of harpoons! With every last drop of my being!
I can't see. banger soundtrack, though. Sorry, it's a little hard to talk while Egon's talking and Bayle is screaming and whatnot. Whoops, I forgot. The Great Worms were people, or trolls, not just people. Oh, Jesus. Were either people, trolls, whatever, that ate dragon hearts and then they became worms. And when you kill a worm, even one that is strongly implied to once have been a person, you can still eat its heart. Are you eating a person's heart? Kind of. A person who then became a dragon who you then eat, and then, you know, it's creepy and kind of cannibalistic when you think of it like that. So the idea of... oh my god, I dodged it! Yes! Not doing that again.
I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true Drake warrior, and I... Your fears made flesh.
Really? He's not done! Ah! Okay, I live, bitch. We're good. Gotta get my stand back though. Nice.
Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon. But I will
a couple of those are meant to be jump attacks.
Your rotten hide with a hail of harpoons, with every last drop of my being.
Egon. Ooh, the fire trailing lightning, which the ancient dragons that sided with Bayle use. That's the other thing. We know ancient dragons sided with Bayle. Which is pretty interesting. Oh. Just heal for full because he hits really hard. Like this. What is even? Yeah, dodge that, and then he's somewhere. Just dodge based on vibes. The dick fire! Not the dick fire. Don't do dick fire. Where is it? Man, this would be such a cool fight if I could see shit. Man, imagine if you could see the dragon. I bet it looks so cool. Must be such a sick fight if you have any sense of visibility at all. Again, bitch? Hey, that looked pretty cool. I didn't know. Okay, I got it made. That's a pretty cinema finish. As best as we can, I think we've seen everything he has to offer.
Bayle the Dread. You shall haunt me no longer.
This is how we vibe. We weapon swap. Oh, there he goes. And that's why I wanted to keep him for the fight. I thought he had dialogue, but I couldn't remember. He does. These flowers are very interesting. They're not arteria leaves. But, like, they sure do kind of look like them. Red flowers, though. Red flowers bloom where blood has been spilled in Elden Ring, usually. Besides also having, like, an excellent effect, visual effect, it's very cool. All the stark stone and then these flowers, but they really do look like arteria leaves. So Bayle is dead. Look at all the, I mean, I wonder why blood might have been spilled here. Human bones all over the place. And then, besides the fact this is a ton like Placidus Axis arena with the thunder and lightning, and now that Bayle is gone, we can actually take a look at it. But what could those be? Chat, don't they look exactly like the architecture in Farum Azula? But if the graves were empty, and if they had been weathered by time, because they're exposed to the elements over here way more. So, we are here on the map. This is where Farum Azula is on the map, but it didn't used to be here. It floats, it travels around the land. We see ruins having fallen from the sky from Farum Azula all over Limgrave. Like literally looking at the map, right there, that is a ruin from Farum Azula. We also see them in Liurnia, all over the place. Fallen ruins of the lake. Yeah, all these. So this means that Farum Azula has either traveled over the land before, or that it's from here the storm has blown ruins all the way over here. Personally, I think it's more likely that it's traveled. However, this is also Farum Azula architecture. We've talked about this before. We've talked about how the walls and the cliffs here almost appear as if something was just scraped clean off of it. And even in base game, there was this sort of missing area here where, like, look at this Divine Tower. It's just like, sorry, not that, the Caelid Coliseum. That too, though, that too. But the Divine Tower of Caelid is just, like, floating, and it really looks like something was torn out of here. So this was a potential location for Farum Azula even beforehand, before DLC. But now with DLC, remember, look at where we are. And then we have the suppressing pillar, which is said to be a dead center of the lands between, and it suppresses death. So if this is dead center, and we've gone now southeast, that would put this right around here. And Enhira Lehman and Stormvale Castle, what about those two? Yeah, I really wonder if these aren't arteria leaves, because appearance-wise they look like it, but maybe they just didn't want you to pick up 500 billion arteria leaves. I don't know. So, arteria leaves are, well, they're plants. Oh, we should show what arteria leaves are used for, because that's actually some really cool lore. I'm trying to think. If I remember correctly, it's one of those depraved perfumer potions. Yeah, blood boil aromatics. Now, once again, I don't know if I have every single recipe, because we've just sort of found the ones that we have. But of the recipes that we do have, only the blood boil aromatic used by the depraved perfumers uses an arteria leaf. You enter a temporary state of fervor, and that's one of the ingredients. The leaves are swollen with blood. As if they've supped on it. Dark red leaves with thick, swollen veins. A faint pulse can be felt in the veins, stirs the blood, providing an enlivening effect. The plants themselves pulse with blood, like they have a heartbeat, as if they're alive. Like, plants are alive, but arteria leaves are alive in an almost disconcerting, vampiric way where blood seems to flow through them rather than plant juice. I don't even remember what the insides of plants are. Chlorophyll? Still, we also have Miranda blossoms, which are living flowers, and they also bleed. You can inflict bleed on Miranda blossoms. They're also used by perfumers. So we're already kind of... Oh, and arteria... Sorry, not arteria. Miranda blossoms. Also, arteria probably comes from artery, right? Like artery leaf, blood leaf, whatever. There's a really strong tie with these things in blood. And then we have the Miranda blossoms, which are really interesting because they're living plants. But one cool thing about them is they seem to absorb what is around them in their environment. So they are... Oh, exalted flesh. Oh, do I not have the recipe for exalted flesh? It looks like I don't. Okay. A merchant east of the Mistwood ruins, it says. Let's go take a look. You were thinking the Sanguine Amaryllis? Yeah, we're going to talk about the Sanguine Amaryllis too. I haven't forgotten about it. I just think it's interesting how many flowers are associated with blood, but the arteria leaf notably is not directly associated with the Formless Mother or anything like that. It's definitely thematically similar though, because it's a bleeding plant, but not quite. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is basically Placidusax's arena. And considering Placidusax's arena is beyond time, you could even say, with some timey-wimey nonsense, yeah, that this is indeed exactly... Holy shit, 500,000 runes? Oh my god, what do I even want? At this point, I'm just raising stats for item discovery and maybe some dexterity to try a different weapon at some point. I'm gonna I'm gonna try the Great Katana again, because I really would like to maybe use it. It's just Bayle. Bayle be Bayle. So now we can try out at a different point. Also maybe get more endurance. Cool, okay. Let's see. Let's try to get this weapon, or this recipe real quick, because I think I would like that. It's probably this nomadic merchant. I think I went to them, but you know, this is early game. I was constantly out of runes. What I want to mention about the Miranda flowers is that they take on aspects of their surroundings. Now, it isn't really unusual because plants, they sort of adapt to their environment, they literally grow in the ground and they suck up what's there.
Ah, how nice, Lise.
So if there's something, I don't know, corrupted in the soil, they will also consume it. Yep, I meant to come back to this guy, but I didn't. Yep, Arteria leaf. Considered a delicacy in the Badlands, this invigorating repast was for the exclusive benefit of those who they deem heroes. And then we have the upgraded version, which is the Dragon Communion Flesh, which uses Dragon's Kaler Bloom, which bloom out of human hearts that have eaten dragons. Well, I say upgraded version, it does a different thing. But still, conceptually, it's similar, right? An imitation of dragon scale flesh created by human hands used to sate the hunger of Drake warriors, if only briefly. Rest of the Dread Dragon. Cool. Egon, yeah, let's see what order we want to do this in.
Wraff, are you excited for Mortal Shell 2 on August 20th? Also, love to see that you're dipping your toes
I
into
am.
Silent
Day
Hill
1
2.
gonna be Mortal Shell 2. Oh, hopefully. Thank you for the 100 bits. Plants and acclimate to their environments. They can. But also, they're sort of subject to it. So, if there's something bad in the soil, plants will absorb it. If I'm not mistaken, you have to be really careful with plants too, because if there's something bad in the soil, like, I don't know, poison, they will absorb it and then it can affect the food that they grow. So you gotta be really careful with plants and how you care for them generally. You could be misremembering, but I have this like memory of something, like reading about something like this and being very intrigued. So definitely fact check that, but that was, like, that idea is sort of what I'm going for. Okay, so we've defeated Bayle. Now, Egon is definitely meant to be the Captain Ahab, the Moby Dick type character. I haven't actually read Moby Dick. It's sort of on my list, but like, obsessed guy hunts fish is like sort of, you know, I'm like, I get it, it's a classic. I'll get to it, but I'm reading other things in the meantime. Like Villette by Charlotte Bronte, which I don't know if I like it yet. But anyway, and The Count of Monte Cristo, which was very good. Anyway, the point is, it's about a guy who's obsessed with hunting a white whale to the point that white whale has become a synonym for something that you're obsessed with, like a all-consuming obsession, right? It comes from Moby Dick, which is the name of the whale. Here, Egon is utterly obsessed with killing Bayle, and he has been dreadfully wounded by Bayle, and in the end, he succeeds with us, and he is like, yay, but in the effort, he dies. Now, both Egon and Bayle have very, very similar injuries. Both of them, he says he's missing his hands and he's missing his leg. I always wondered if there isn't something else going on there, like maybe I don't know. I don't know. This is something I want to bring up because I think it's interesting, and we're going to like look into this. Like I said, based on Bayle's heart, which I picked up so many items now. Where is it? There it is. The heart of Bayle. The biatrial heart of Bayle the Dread, dotted with horn-like gravel stones and glistening with deep red liquor. Gorge upon this at the grand altar of Dragon Communion to absorb Bayle's power, the purest form of communion, in the words of its priestess. Now, this is a regular dragon heart. This is Bayle's. It specifically uses the phrase biatrial. Humans have biatrial hearts. It's like basically trying to thwack you over the head with, this is a human heart that is also a dragon heart now. This, to me, is the strongest evidence that Bayle, once again, Bayle was a dragon, Bayle was defeated, Bayle was consumed, Bayle reasserted himself and is Bayle again. But I think he was eaten. at least once before. And Bayle keeps coming back, so they keep on having to bring someone to eat him. And whoever ate him becomes Bayle. Egon and Bayle are both wounded in the exact same way. When you first meet Egon, he is screaming in pain, in agony, expressing that my hands, my arms, my leg, he's completely maimed. And yet, someone asked, how is he able to get here then? Because you meet him way over here somewhere. And then he's all the way over here. And then he says that his spirit is on the mountain. And he will help you to fight Bayle. So it's almost as if he's a ghost, right? As if he's able to just appear on this mountaintop because it's where he was before. I wonder if Egon isn't the one who ate Bayle in the first place, and then eventually became Bayle. And then he helps to defeat Bayle the Dread again, and the cycle continues. So that, to me, that's sort of my evidence. Like I said, I if you look at my Bayle reaction video, I always talk about lore on my first reactions to things. And a lot of the time I'm wrong, but I really think this is one that I absolutely nailed, because I still think the same thing, that Bayle was a dragon, fought Placidusax, and also, while he's called the Dread and a traitor and all this stuff, negative, words used to describe him, Placidusax kind of sucks, and gives us this context in DLC that maybe Placidusax deserved to be betrayed. Maybe he wasn't a good ruler. Maybe all betrayals aren't necessarily a bad thing, and that's a big theme of the DLC. And then we fight Bayle, we get his heart, and it specifically says this is a heart that's a lot like a human heart, by the way, but it's a dragon heart. And we know that, there's arbiters of those to devour Bayle, blah, 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 blah. There's like this whole tradition. I'm not sure if Egon became Bayle and now his spirit, what's left of him, is helping us to defeat him again, to continue the cycle, or if it's as simple as someone else did. But Egon's very mysterious. He's completely physically maimed and yet is able to sort of appear at different points of the mountain. That to me is very, very interesting, almost like a ghost. Let's read Egon's lore. Also Egon, even if you don't believe that he became Bayle, totally valid. What happened to him, his story is he fought Bayle, and they, not like mortally wounded, but close to it, they both maimed each other, which is why they both have the same injuries. And then they sort of went their separate ways, presumably, if you take it at face value. However, he lost his spirit in the battle, and he became fearful. And when you defeat these two dragons or drakes or whatever over here, Egon's like, you were a drake warrior, like this reminds me of what it's like. And then he gives you his finger, so he'll help you fight again. But yeah, I think this is one lore I think I nailed, but I really did get so many comments that I misunderstood the lore, which I find very funny, because it's one theory that I actually stand by. I don't think there's anything that dismisses it. So, aren't Bayle's injuries caused by Placidusax? That's also possible, because Placidusax was also left horribly wounded. But it's kind of interesting, once again, Egon has the same wounds. Exact same. What do ancient dragon hearts look like? Thank you for asking. They don't have hearts, not that we know of, because you know something? When you kill them, you don't get a heart from them. Even the traitor ancient dragons, which is another thing I wanted to bring up. Not a single one of them drops a heart. It's as if the hearts were always human hearts. Egon's great bow, weapon of Egon, the broken drake warrior. A great bow fashioned from 2 dragon bones bound with coarse rope, covered in gashes left by claws. Imbued with Egon's obsession, enhancing the power of Egon's harpoon. Egon's drake hunt, skill of Egon, drake warrior. Ready the bow before unleashing a twisted shot with a great bellow that considerably enhances its power. Went the wrong way. Egon's helm. Helm of the broken Drake warrior Egon, from a set of armor comprised of a miscellany of parts. This tattered protective wear is shaped like a bugle. The poor scavenger of battlefields found honor through dragon communion. Egon's armor. Same lore, but filthy belongings are attached to this tattered piece of protective wear. Egon's gauntlets. Gauntlets of the broken Drake warrior Egon. No more than a mishmash of tatters and remnants stripped from a corpse found in the aftermath of a battle. Loincloth of the broken Drake warrior Egon. Stripped from a corpse found in the aftermath of a battle, this scrap of cloth smells utterly foul. Even his bell bearing is clawed and fucked up. Tarnished Edition will have new descriptions for the new armor sets and stuff for sure, but other than that, we don't know if there's going to be any new lore. But I said that about Night Rain, and I was proven quite wrong, so who knows? You never know. Did Egon make it to Bayle? I thought he was stopped by the Ancient Dragon Man. I mean, if he was stopped by the Ancient Dragon Man, then I don't think we'd be able to summon him here. He's able to help us with the fight, which means he made it here.
Finally, our wish is granted. Our dream, long yearned for, has come to pass. My lord was blessed with great insight. He saw in the insatiable hunger and fierce spirit of man the very things that would fell Bayle, our wretched nemesis. Warrior, you soar with the strength of dragons.
Humans have insatiable hunger, and that's why he used them to hunt dragons. It's not the first case. It reminds me a great deal of Gwyn, actually. Gwyn, in Dark Souls 1, of course, well, he didn't really care for humans or dragons or giants or his children or anybody except for himself, except for his dragon lover. But anyway, he only really cared about himself. However, he was totally cool with, although this could have been Gwendolyn's idea, but still, with allowing a human to follow in his footsteps in order to prolong the Age of Fire. So there's a long FromSoft history of godlike figures using others to fulfill their goals. I mean, you could even argue this with the Tarnished Star, right, that Marika sent us. Although I will say, I think that the context of this is a lot more merciful, because in Dark Souls 1, we are to kill Gwyn, but killing Gwyn is not the end goal. It's lighting ourselves on fire to become a martyr in order to prolong the Age of Fire. That's sort of like what we are manipulated to do. But in Elden Ring, we are manipulated, not really, because we're sort of told directly what to do. We are sent here for the express purpose. We are created by Marika as Tarnished to kill her, to end her age. So even though there's a really similar thing going on here, the end result is almost the complete opposite. We are not there to continue what the god wants us to do. We are there to end what the god did and start something of our own. So here, it's basically outright stated that Placidusax looked at humans and said, I can use you for something. And that's exactly what he did. Dragon Bolt of Florisax.
Whereas I am fallen, leave me be.
Confess to putting her to sleep, though.
Is that the truth? Never in all my years. How could you inflict such cruelty? No, that is not for me to judge. Whatever your hand in it, it was I who succumbed to the sweetness of slumber. The fault lies with me. I may be fallen, but I need not surrender my honor. On second thought, I believe you do owe me something for the transgression.
You want a cookie?
On a mere whim, you've stripped me of my one and only lord. As such, I require another. You. One day, may you become a dragon whole, a lord of your own making. Lead me, and I will follow, my good lord.
Sure. Hell yeah. I always thought Gwyn was also human. To be human, you must have a piece of the Dark Soul. That is how humans are defined in Dark Souls. Whatever Gwyn is, it's possible he was, and then he, like, changed. I don't know, it depends on how you read the lore. Personally, I do think they're different. Because then what is a giant? What is a dragon? They're just different beings, so presumably that's sort of what Gwyn is. Yeah. Dragon Bolt of Florisax. Special incantation of the ancient dragon Florisax. Which is really cool because, like, floras and flora, floral. Like, her name is Flower Mountain, basically. It's pretty cool. Calls down red lightning to bolster the caster and nearby allies. While in robe with red lightning, all forms of damage negation, including physical, are increased. This also increases damage negation while guarding as an additional effect. There was a time when the priestess never knew love, and thus never used this incantation herself. So, you need love in order to use this incant, which sort of gives Vike's Dragon Bolt different context. We know he was loved by the dragons, or specifically, what's her name? The one, Fortisax's sister, whatever. Ancient Dragon Florisax. So this just confirms, if you weren't sure, this is Florisax. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Florisax assumed this spirit form to offer her service to a new lord. Uses her own Dragon Bolt to increase all damage negation, including physical, for herself and nearby allies. Strikes foes with the Flower Stone Gavel's Dragon Bolt to reduce enemy lightning damage negation. Long ago, Florisax assumed human form to share dragon communion with the world. Now, she has acquired a human heart. That's pretty interesting considering, as discussed, the ancient dragons don't drop hearts. They drop their scales, but they don't drop hearts. Where the whole Vike and the dragon were a couple comes from? Yeah, I mean, like I said, you can definitely read it as romantic love, but there's other types of love. So, yeah, Vike was loved by the dragon. His name is escaping me again. Lanciax. Mm-hmm. Also, it's interesting she only gets a human heart when we free her from Placidusax. Different dialogue than if you tell her before killing Bayle. I wasn't able to tell her before I killed Bayle. At least as far as I could tell. So we'll read this again. We read this before, but Bayle's Tyranny, one of the greatest dragon communion incantations, harnesses the fearsome power of Bayle the Dread. Channels the form of the dread dragon to emit a mighty roar accompanied by a heatwave burst, causing violent eruptions of fire in the area. Even after being consumed, the throbbing heart of Bayle continues to resist its subjugation, never weakening. One day, the fire within will consume the very body and soul of its communion devourer. One day. So yeah, it suggests this happened before. Yeah, that's it. Bayle's Flame Lightning. Perfect. To smash foes with an exposed talon bone. So yeah, he's missing his arms, for lack of a better word. And that's it. That's Bayle. That's Egon. On replay, it cements the whole idea that Bayle indeed, in my opinion, has reasserted himself, and it's happened before and it will happen again. And there is an entire culture with keeping Bayle repressed. That's what Dragon Communion's about. Also, Dragon Communion, it's almost like an addiction. The people who eat dragon hearts, soon they crave more, and it's all they can do, it's all they think about, it's all they obsess about. It takes over them. The need to consume more until eventually they become a worm. Or in this case, they become Bayle again. So, yeah, really, really twisted. Because this is something that I think like I said, this is why I think of it differently when it comes to Gwyn and Placidusax versus Marika, which she has asked you to do. Because, well, Marika may have turned all the warriors of Godfrey into tarnished, but the one that she really was likely counting on was Godfrey himself, her husband, the one that she chose, the only one that she chose in her life as far as we know. She was expecting him to be the tarnished that comes back. In the meantime, though, many other tarnished have come. And they've started the journey. They have left behind vestiges of themselves in order to help us on our quests. But the goal is to kill Marika. The goal is that. And if we succeed, then we're able to create something of our own. Compare with Gwyn, who, if you obey what he wants you to do, you basically become a piece of fuel to be used in a fire. Or Placidusax, who, if you do what he wants you to do as a human, you become addicted to consuming the flesh of dragons, utterly absorbed by it until once again it takes over you and you become a worm. And that's it. A little different, I think. Compared to, hey, kill me and start your own age. We do not know who that dragon was, no. I always wondered if that wasn't the original body of Bayle, but nah, I don't really think so. Likely just dragons were bigger back then. Although I guess it's possible it was Bayle. I'm not sure. I go back and forth on that. I definitely think Bayle was defeated and consumed before. Been a while since I betrayed her by freeing her from the cruelty of Placidusax. Yeah, I know. Imagine not being able to sleep. It's messed up. Okay, so that's distraction. There's also... I'm not sure where to go now. I guess we can continue this way, actually. Flora is flower in Spanish? No, that's what I said. It's floral. Also, sax is like Old English for mountain. Something like that. I don't know if it's Old English, but that's why her name, all of the dragons' names end in sax because it means mountain, and they are a mountain of stone. But this is only the ancient dragons. If you don't free her, you get better stuff after you kill Bayle. I mean, the thing is, you get a spell and a summon, which is pretty strong on its own because those are things you can't share. You have to get them on your own playthrough. Placidusax was his own god, like you were saying in a previous stream. Is it possible Bayle was an aspect of him that separated? No, just because aspects are always the opposite sex. We also know that ancient dragons do have male and female, so we don't really know like how that's, you know, determined, but yeah, no, I don't think he's another aspect the same way. This is a very pretty area. A little empty though, but still very gorgeous. Beautiful red flowers. Let us enjoy the journey. Ooh. New item. The Gravekeeper's Brain Pan, skull bone of an old gravekeeper, mainly found in hidden grave of Caro. The old gravekeepers are boatsmen and continue to summon the dead even after withering away. Oh, gravekeeper, hidden grave of Caro. Could they be talking about the Tibia Mariners? I know this whole area needed more. I was so disappointed with these areas. Both the flower areas broke my fucking heart. But in the meantime, wow, there's so much potential. There could be cool stuff here. Let's look around. So these were gravekeepers. This is so appropriate. Okay. The Mariner summons a Royal Revenant. They've never done that before. But what is different about this area? This entire area, what a hitbox, was cursed. Well, no, not cursed directly. A curse was born here. Let's say that. A curse was... A curse was born here. The Horn Scent cursed Marika and her people. Angry spirits are all over the place here. So the dead here summoned are those that are basically an amalgam of cursed spirits. That's basically what revenants are. Revenant is a little different, but similar idea. She, though she seeks vengeance, was brought to life likely by blood. So this is the hidden grave of Caro. And Caro likely comes from Charon, the boatsman of the dead in Greek myth. He's the one, we talked about this, that's what the Tibia Mariners were likely referencing in the first place, even back in base game. But Charon, is the one who drives his boat on the river Styx and takes the dead to the underworld. That is his role. So he's always been linked to dead, and the idea of these boatsmen floating on a lake and summoning the dead is a Charon reference. This is even more blatant. Tibia's Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques of the Mariners, the oldest of gravekeepers. Details an ancient means of summoning the dead. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following. Call of Tibia. I do not know what that looks like. It's this. Creepy. Uses FP to summon one lost in death. Oh, that's such an interesting term. Lost in death. An ancient ceremonial tool that uses a gravekeeper's skull as a catalyst. Uses FP to summon one lost in death at the spot that it is thrown. The creature spins and mows down foes in the vicinity 3 times before dissipating. The dead have long been left to wander. What they need is leadership. That is actually from base game. So that's sort of like likely what Godwin has become. She also has no Night Invader? Yeah. Revenant is really cool. Harmonious Fusion is similar to grafting. Royal Revenants are Shaman. I get why. Alright, so, the Royal Revenants operate like ghosts. I know that they bleed, which suggests that they also have a physical form. They're a bit nebulous. That's the real weird thing about revenants in general. But they are usually surrounded by those weird bell-ringing summoning enemies with the 4 arms. And those worship revenants. Bell used by worshippers of revenants. Ring bell using FP to summon prowling wraiths. Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. And then the Royal Revenant has this sort of aura, and just like other ghosts, they're able to teleport. They're almost as if they have physical form. Like I said, with the bleeding and whatnot, they're able to spew out poison. They kind of fulfill an interesting role in the lore. They are also able to be killed and damaged by healing, thus showing how inverted they are from the natural cycle. So it's possible that they're they're shaman, you know, they're like people who were fused and combined with each other, but I think that they're more just like a twisted spirit. Grave cricket. Cricket that produces a raspy cry, mainly found near stone coffins. The sound of these crickets are often taken to be the rustling of the restless dead, or sometimes the sound of their calling voices. And they sure do look creepy. Alright, we can make this item. Let's make it and try it out. Oh, we have aggro. They're strong against holy damage? Yeah, they look like they wouldn't be, but yeah, they are. So, the died while cursed thing links them to Omen, but the fact that we see a Royal Revenant here, and if I'm not mistaken, there are no Omen here. In the Land of Shadow, I mean. It's those who died while cursed. They're angry, they're vengeful, but generally the Hornsent are exceptionally vengeful, and they inflicted a curse. So I would argue the Royal Revenant is like an amalgam of those curses taken physical form in some way, shape, or form. Were shaman who died? It's definitely possible. I don't know. Oh, I need 3 grave crickets. Dang it. Okay, I gotta get used to this weapon. Whoops. I actually didn't see how low my health was. It was really focused on the moveset. Literally everything in the DLC just 1-2 shots you, my goodness. I get it. Oh god, another one of those things. Yeah. Ooh, and down there we can see some pretty blue flowers. Yay. You know, the Skelly is so much poise. I think I'm used to just jump L1ing everything. We might just go back to that. I just wanted to try a DLC weapon, but... Oh, these are spider lilies. Spider lilies in Japanese, like, I say like symbolism. Generally, they're associated with the dead. They are flowers that are said to guide the dead, or something along those lines. I actually am very curious, and this is something I forgot to look into, but if spider lilies are even lilies, or they're just named that, like, are they a varietal of lily? Because they look similar. Also, we got Ghost Flame Blooms. Ghost Flame flower that grows in grave sites, blossoms in the hidden grave of Karo. Of a pair with another grave site flower, the Grave Violet. All but incorporeal, it burns without so much as a sound. And that is the other flower I wanted to show off, the Gray Violet, which we've had since base game. It's apparently in the hue of Ghost Flame, but Ghost Flame appears different. These are also spider lilies. They're just purple. It doesn't say they are, but if you look at them, they're spider lilies. They always have been. Flowers associated with death make sense. I want to try out that item. There's the crickets. Perfect. Spider lilies are not true lilies. Interesting. Okay, I thought so, but I was just wondering. But it is an interesting coincidence considering how important lilies are in the lore. But yeah, I didn't think they were real ones. That'd be just too much of a coincidence. Ooh, it scales with int and faith. Makes sense. It is exactly the same as the death incantations, or death sorceries, I mean. God, the swing is so slow. No! Ooh. Cool. Literally summons a ghost who spins and attacks 3 times. Pretty cool. Ooh, beautiful. I love these things. They're like arcs. So I'm not alone in this, but I'm pretty sure these are the strange boat-like things that are depicted in the underground areas. Remember we looked at that in one of the episodes of the lore run. We went when we fought the ancestral spirits. We went down there and we showed off. There was like this big old thing that showed various images, and they were very hard to see what they are because it's just like weird etchings and they're very ancient and it's just very JPEG-y. But it looks a lot like these things. They look almost like boats arriving or something like that, and this is effectively the same shape that we see in those. I'll probably show them off again when we get closer to some of these. But another thing that links them is that those stone tablets were likely created by the civilization of old, and a lot of their tablets also depict bowls like this. We'll go back there in a bit. I just wanted to show this off early, but we're not looking at this yet. We're still very far from one of these, as far as I can remember. So later, when we're talking about those. We are now in Death Town. There's lots of birds. There's something I wanted to bring up early. The Spirit Glaive. Sharp blade sculpted into a twisted shape, a glaive that has seen many years of use in the gravesite, said to serve as a medium for communion with spirits. Unique skill, Rancor Slash. Spin around, slashing foes while summoning vengeful spirits with chase down foes. Additional input allows for a follow-up attack. It's a halberd, but with int scaling only. Interesting that not faith, because once again, it's probably just like simplicity. They're simplifying it. I'm trying to think. A lot of those things scale with int and faith, if I remember right. I know the spells do, but I think some of the weapons might be different for ease of use. Yeah, this is just faith because it's faith in Godwin. The Eclipse Shottle is just faith. Though they're a little different. Here we go. Yeah, the Helfen Steeple, things associated with the Deathbirds are int. This puts it in the same category. They don't do that very often because it makes a really weird build to have to level up all those things. So generally they're pretty, they sort of pick one. With spells, sometimes it's a bit of a split, but with weapons, it tends to be just a one main stat. It's pretty cool. There's a Deathbird here. And then I don't really remember much else. Sorry, Death Right Bird. Grave bird? Fuck's sakes. God, that is so annoying. How many grave birds are there? Ah! The DLC, they add the same enemy that you've been fighting a billion times over, they add a new one, and then they add little ads that are new enemies to make it feel fresh. That's this entire gigantic area, and all you fight is a Tibia Mariner and a fucking Deathbird. I could be forgetting something, but that is kind of what it feels like. And yeah, it spawns during the day. It doesn't matter day or night. This likely has to do with the fact that we are in the Shadowlands, and even by day, it's kind of like night. Or it could be that death is stronger here. Bit of column A, bit of column B. I think I'm gonna switch back to the Great Stars. I want to try a different weapon, but it's annoying me because I'm trying to learn something new, and the bosses are still the fucking same bitches, and I'm like, I think I'm good. I think I'm just gonna jump out one. That's all I need, man. That's why I picked this build in the first place, except I really didn't realize just how strong the Great Stars are. I'm like, truly astonished. I mean, they're not called the bad stars. The hippos are cool. The hippos are new, at least. Do you know what I mean? Like that, I can forgive the hippos for existing. Oh, Jesus. Okay. was one of the grave birds. I was hoping the death bird would help me kill them, but, you know, it's proving to be moderately effective. I do like that the ones with ghost flame are the ones that are alive. God, that is so fucking annoying. Ah! Where'd he go? The friendly fire is so fucking funny though. Oh my god, where'd he go? Ah! Oh god! It's so funny though. Maybe I'm trying to get my runes. I don't really need them, I suppose, but I just like to pick them up. So then I'm trying to like just grab them and then try to get away from there a little bit so I can hopefully pick off the grave birds. Oh, Jesus. Any more of you? I think I'm missing one, like over there somewhere. Yep, behind the bird. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Oh god. Torrent, no! Ah! Where did... Ah! Wait, there's another one? Waiting for the Night Rain move. The Ghost Fire explosion. I think one of them does it somewhere in the game, but I feel like I killed it so fast usually that I didn't get to see it. Ash of War Ghost Flame Call. Thrust out armament to summon Ghost Flame. Follow up with a normal attack to set the ground ablaze with Ghost Flame, or a strong attack to trigger a massive explosion. So this, is it the same name? This is what is on the Deathbird signature weapon. The Great Sword that I'm blanking on the name of right now. But let's go read it. I think I passed it. The Great Sword's at the top. Yeah, the poker. That's it. The Death's poker. I'm just wondering if it has the exact same name. No, daggers. Great sword, great sword, great sword, great sword. There it is. No, it's called Ghost Flame Ignition, but it's otherwise the same. Let's compare, though. Do I have the stats? I should. Death's Poker, and then we'll put this on something. But it operates the same way with the R1 doing the thing. I've never used it, probably. I didn't really use much from the DLC. Except for backhand blades. I do like the backhand blades. They're very fun. It said swords, so this should be fine. Unless... Ghost Flame Ignition. What did it say it was usable on again? Swords and spears. Wait. Small armaments, twin blades, and backhand blades except... Okay, just put it on a spear. Let's find a spear. Where is it? Frag blade, kick, endure. Ghostling Call, there it is. Let's do a side by side. I'm curious if the animation is different. Can I pass it again? That's R1. This is R2 follow-up. Get my FP back. As far as I can tell, it's exactly the same animation. However, functionally the names, so Ghost Flame Ignition, it's like the signature of what the Deathbirds were doing, and they used a poker to rake out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. They burn bones into ash, and that is where their kilns get their cold fire from. And this was something done to the dead in the age of the Deathbirds. The religion is still present, and the Gravekeepers are still present, and assassins who take on their form are still present, but the Deathbirds themselves have been completely altered, likely by what happened to Godwyn. And Ghost Flame Call, you're not creating Ghost Flame, you're calling Ghost Flame. Where do I find the Shaman Village? I mean, just keep watching, we'll get there. It's pretty well hidden, I'd say. No friendly fire here. It's always kind of cool to observe which enemies have friendly fire on others and which ones don't. I also won't find it without a guide. That's not true. That's not true. Don't say that. It depends. But everyone plays these games differently. A lot of people found it easily without a guide. But it's also very well hidden. It's just once you play a FromSoft game, you start to speak their language. I found it in like 5 minutes. Because I speak FromSoft at this point. But Show Your Humanity in Dark Souls 3 took me 3 hours. Greater Potentate's Cookbook, 14. A record of crafting techniques. Also, sorry, just to add to it, I feel like regression reveals the truth is a pretty strong hint, too. They sort of give you... They already introduce you to the idea of doing thing at a certain spot where there's a weird note. The one by Ordina does the explosion? Ah! Yeah, I killed that one too fast. Jump L1, baby. Greater Potentate's Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques of the Greater Potentate who roamed lands near and far. Haunted by the grotesque practice of his village of birth, he stuffed great pots with all manner of things. Hefty rancor pot. Oh, this is so interesting. So the rancor pot uses human bone shards because that's how you get ghost flame. You light it on fire. And grave violets... Oh my god, have I even read this? In times of old, the dead were burned with ghost flame, and from those cinders arose vengeful spirits. And this is sort of what the religion did. Like, this is what they did. This is what the Deathbirds did. Interesting. It's like they were trying to create angry spirits. Hefty rancor pot. Same thing. But this is a throng of vengeful spirits. So they, the cinders spawned these vengeful spirits, and then to keep the kiln clean, the Deathbirds would use the poker to remove the ashes so they could fit in more bones. I was wondering if there'd be anything special about this Miranda Blossom, but doesn't look like it. Alright. Such a pretty, but slightly disappointing area. We're not fully done it yet, though. There's still a little bit more. Oh, the worms here start off angry. They're not peaceful. The spirits here are not peaceful either. Oh, right, hippo. Yes, 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 of course. I missed. Fuck, this time. Now I think about it, this might be the first one that we've seen in the DLC. I'm just so used to seeing them in Night Rain, I kind of went on autopilot. But, yeah. This is, well, it's called a golden hippo, but it's got, well, combined parts. It doesn't quite look like a hippo. The head is sort of hippo-like. We'll get grabbed. But the horn is out of a rhino. It's also got horns coming out of its body. Besides the one on its face. And it's that ashen gray of a lot of crucible spirits. At least, or creatures, I should say, that have horns coming out of their bodies, like the lions. They drop shadow tree fragments. As far as I remember, these creatures do not have boss health bars. It's only the particular one that is a little advanced, like the higher level one, that we fight as a... I think it's a required boss. Unless there's some weird pathing you can do. The required boss version is the golden hippo, but these are also golden hippos. It's just that we don't get a boss helper. So we can't really be sure. However, in Night Rain, yeah, they're called golden hippos. So likely the same thing. They're sort of like, I mean, obviously not quite, but they're a little bit like the ulcerated tree spirits of the DLC, in that every time you see one, they signify that they have a shadow tree fragment in them. And thus are linked to the shadow tree. But also, therefore, the crucible. Which makes sense. Okay, golden hippo, crucible. There's something I wanted to talk about with them. Oh, this is important. We'll grab this. Yes. Tusks of a boar? I didn't even see boar tusks. Oh, I remember what I wanted to show. The crucible shield. The horns are, of course, linked to the crucible, but I just think it's pretty interesting here. All horns really mean is being close to the crucible. So we see these cages over here, and the I guess ramparts, or more like fencing. I think these are fences, like twisted fences that were likely a lot more, you know, expansive when this place was actually intact. Also chains all over the fences, as if people were chained there before they were brought into the prison. We're at another Hornsent prison. So that one was below Bellerot, and now here, we're right below the gravesite plain right now. The Lamenter's Jail. Alright, I'll be right back though, just gonna use the restroom, and then we shall continue. Give me 1 minute. I had to pet Marlowe a little bit too. He's very meowy. Yeah, I used to say goober a lot, but I always cycle through my terminologies, so... You say prison, but the Hornson say corrections facility. I think they would call it something closer to that. You're for sure. I mean, it is a jail. That is called jail, but I really think that they would probably call it their saint factories or saint storage facilities or something fucked up like that. All right. I made tea earlier and I totally forgot about it, so it's a little cold, but it's still good tea. All right, what are we doing now? We're doing this jail, I suppose. Let's get more arcane. Oh, right. That'll be helpful. So, the reason I'm leveling my arcane is because it has a... This is your item discovery. It makes it more likely you'll discover items. Like droppable items, like farmable drops. So I'm hoping to maybe increase the chance of finding some of those. Stat-wise, I don't really need arcane. But I might end up leveling like a little everything evenly. For the purpose of using spells. Oh, right. Oh, guess we can't do this. Haha, just kidding. Saint Riot used to work at a jail? Really? Holy shit, that was Saint Laura I wasn't familiar with. What did he do? Maybe... Ooh, that's interesting. Be so easily forgotten. I fucking always forget my tea. It's such a curse. I make things and I forget them. It's always tea. You're imprisoning people there before they started experimenting with jarring. The jarring also happened here. They probably... Or, well, okay, when you're pickling something, you do actually want to keep it in a colder environment. You don't need to put it in the fridge. You can, but a cold cavern is actually pretty good. So, like, this would be the best place to make pickles. Except instead of pickles, they made whatever the fuck this is. And as we can see, this was the location that they did jarring. But, well, we've also heard... Hang on. We already have a hint of something else in terms of the jars. Haunted by the grotesque practice of his village of birth, he stuffed great pots with all manner of things, so there is a village that specialized in jarring. I worked as an inmate. Okay, that'd be really funny. Yeah, I used to work at a prison. I was an inmate. Oh, hang on. I was gonna reapply my list. Speaking of No Omen, Lamenter's jail. I don't remember the Lamenter very well, so this is gonna be an excellent reminder. I'm very excited. Okay. Please, I can't stand the sound. I need no salvation. Please, stop. Desist. Your wretched lamentation. So, someone was lamenting so loudly this being could hear it. Also, he is saying he doesn't want salvation. Ooh. Prattling pate lamentation. Ah, this is what he's hearing. Of course. Twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a human head emits a blissful lamentation, which is oxymoronic. It doesn't make sense. To lament is the opposite of being joyful. It's to regret, to cry, to, you know, to bemoan. The voice resounds, seeping into the brain, weeping, 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 ever weeping. Oh, fuck, I forgot that's what it sounds like. This is, hang on. You wanna know, like, I know some of you haven't been watching the Silent Hill 2 playthrough, and like you really should, because it's got a whole lot of... Okay, I don't think there's anything in here. Keep an eye out, because I could be missing stuff. Like maybe invisible wall? I do get really freaked out by horror games. I'm very susceptible. I probably descend or something? I'll give you something to cry about. Sorry. Here, maybe here? Oh, don't do that. Hey, Con, thanks for the gift of sub to Riley. I appreciate that very much. I really have been enjoying Silent Hill 2 very much. The lore is phenomenal. Jail upper level key. A frozen iron key opens the iron grating on the upper level of the Lamenter's jail. Yeah, most of the time when you pickle something, chat, when you jar it, anything, whether you're making pickles, whether you're making jam, whatever, you do want to keep it in a cool environment. The fermentation process can actually heat up the jar a little bit. In fact, a lot sometimes, because bacteria forms and stuff. It doesn't need to be like refrigerated, but yes, a cool cellar tends to be where you want to keep your stuff that is pickling or being preserved. Sound is so goofy, it really is, yeah. It is a little hard to tell whether it's hysterical laughter or hysterical crying, though. A blissful lamentation. It's interesting that the jailers had the key, basically. Sorry, not the jailers, but it's like where the... So these are all open. They were likely closed when this jail was active, and as far as we know, there isn't a way to open them. They were just left open for us, which is pretty interesting, but it really does give the impression that this is a one-way trip into these jails. They were left to their own devices. We get this because they weren't really fed. Which is why the maggots that were formed during the jar ritual were like a vital source of food for them. So they had the key among the prisoners, but it was a key to go deeper into the jail, not to leave. This was said to be for the benefit of the prisoners because the jar ritual would turn them to saints. Yeah. Chilling perfume bottle. Perfume bottle remade into a weapon by perfumers of the realm of shadow. Attacks release perfume powder producing an icy chill. From time to time, perfumers set out on journeys to pursue new aromatics and flower gardens. Oh my god, that scared me. They are so bloodborne too. Their wailing cries. Their weeping. The multiple voices when they scream. Also, these ones look... I mean, they're unjarred, but they also look, more advanced than the ones that we saw. Like, you could see faces sticking out of them. They look absolutely horrific. This is what the Horn Scent did to their people. And they claimed it was a benefit to them. And yeah, since these are a more mature form, they're like able to pop out of the jars. They're a little bit more robust than the ones we saw the other jail. Yeah, like these. Here we go. These are the ones we saw at the previous jail. They have the lumps, but they don't have the screaming faces coming out. And we don't know what it means yet, but every single one of these creatures at their core has a woman with white hair, or at least a feminine-looking figure with white hair that's fused into the flesh and is blindfolded. I mean, they sure seem to be lamenting. Yeah, the brand I really wasn't able to see. They move too much. Faded gold blonde hair. I mean, it looks white to me, but... White is just extreme blonde. We count it under the blonde umbrella, at least I do. I'm the blonde expert, so... Blonde is just the absence of color, effectively. Oh, great. So the more that you strip out the color of hair, like whatever your natural hair color is, if you bleach it to remove the hair color, it'll get blonder and blonder and blonder until you're left effectively with silver. Or white, really. The idea of being tortured by someone's lamentations is ironic too, considering the lamentations were probably caused by all the torture. Yeah, exactly. So that's likely what that guy was talking about. He's like, you know, he's like, please stop the lamentations. It's these creatures. But they're screaming because they were tortured. This sure is a confusing one, though. I'm gonna try to find everything, but boy, I don't even know where I am at this point. Oh, okay, so sweet jar babies dancing on a mountain of corpses. And look at all this, it's like rotted. It just looks filthy. Ugh. Vile, stagnant water. Actually, are we cool? They're still so sweet. A good look at the seal. Completely different than it was. Like a coil, like two coils. It's like a strange door. Creepy. So there are still living jars that don't seem to have a core, the same way that the ones in the base game do. Jail lower level key. Cool. I am progressing. To where? I don't even know. Coil, like fire coil, coil shield? Not quite. That's a proper coil, fully rounded. This is like a more like a knot, more like a Celtic knot or something like that. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm limited by what you can actually see in game. I don't really do the whole like free cam stuff. Because even if I use free cam, they're still moving all the damn time. I don't know if I can freeze this game, you know? There's a lot of drop downs I didn't do. Hopefully I don't get too lost. Clarifying horn charm +2. Ceremonial accoutrement worn by horn scent. Horns are sublime artifacts to horn scent, and their presence confirms the belief that they are a chosen people. Only the repeated sprouting of fresh horns can create a tangled horn, which is viewed as an irrefutable symbol of primacy. They don't really look like the seals, I mean, they don't really look like tangled horns to me. This is the likely the tangled horn though. The coil, like the perfect, like the snail shell shape, the spiral. That is probably their tangled horn. Unless they really just mean like a bunch of horns tangled. Kind of hard to say. Original red seal, these older jars are meant to represent. I don't think it's the crucible. The crucible is, well, the horn scent, as far as we know, I know that they are close to the crucible. They're close to the ancestral base of all life, and that's why they honor the horns, but there's nothing inherently about them that links them to the crucible. Like, they don't say, oh, we love the crucible and shit, right? Just what the crucible sort of provides for them, I guess. I don't think it's a crucible symbol. The crucible is depicted differently usually. This is what becomes of the condemned who get sliced up and stuffed into jars to become saints instead. Rancorous spirits cling to the pinkish red twitching meat. Could be why there's so many rancorous spirits. Yeah, the DLC did give us something like you said, it took something silly like the jars and turned them into something super fucked up. But then we realize this is where the jars came from, and we realize this is another thing that's so... It shows the intent. So, under the Erd Tree, jars remain, but they are not cruel punishments to the condemned. They are not used to torture or harm. They are just... People spend their whole lives seeking to be put in a jar. They tend to be warriors who get, effectively, another chance to be warriors again. And they welcome it and seek it out. Rather than a series of screaming, lamenting faces... what's down here? Oh, I guess. I see. We have this, like an entity that seeks to give all those warriors a second chance. Like, they're depicted so differently. They're even a culture. They pass on their innards from one jar to the next so that each of them can continue. In a way, it's as if they have children, right? And they can grow up and start their lives. It's really beautiful. But this is where it started. One of the oft underappreciated things about the Age of the Erd Tree is it took this vile tradition and turned it into something beautiful. Okay. I think this is where I started, but yeah. So, is this a tangled horn? I feel like yes. It's just a mass of horns. That could just as well be. Did I go in a big circle again? Yes, okay. Oh wait, no I didn't. Sure didn't. Once again, at the very bottom of the prison, we get the Lamenter. Ooh. Is that a red beard? So hard to tell. Yeah. A red beard. Makes sense for being close to the Crucible. Okay, so this is a gimmick fight. I don't really remember the gimmick, though. But we'll figure it out. And don't tell me, because it's fun to forget things and then have to do them again. Okay, alright. I guess the gimmick is they stun lock you to fucking death. This is a lot like PvP. I didn't kill very many of them. It's a bad sign. So it's like they use... Oh, look! I got these little horns on me. Cool. I think when they all vanish, I just fucking die. They're all just staring. Look, horns have grown into the eyes. You can see it really blatantly there. It really does kind of sound like laughing. They use spirits on you, but it's different than the others. There we go. I wanted to show that off. I genuinely don't know what the trigger is. It could be time. But yeah, eventually you just lament yourself, descend into despair, cry, and die. I don't fully understand this fight. No, I want to see if I can figure it out. So basically, the thing wraps you up, surrounds you in its own heads, and they're all just sitting and crying. Really unique function because they work like rancorous spirits, but they're not. They look completely different. And there's the curse. 1, 2, 3, 4. There was 4 remaining. Now the ones that cried are there staring at me, like influencing me. You're not the only person that died to this guy. Definitely not. So there's 8. If you include the actual one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe if 6 of them curse you, you just die instantly? It's like it's contagious. Black Flame's darkness? Yeah, it's more like darkness than Black Flame, but yeah, like you're saying, it looks weird. The horns in the eyes, though, that isn't just Frenzy Flame. That is the Blood Star. And also the Formless Mother, who might be the Blood Star in the first place. Because Moog, one of his horns has grown into his eyes. Also, they're all lit up. They have like skull lanterns basically from Dark Souls 1. It's pretty neat. Also, they kind of weep like the balancers. He's crying, the lamp uses a yellow light. Yeah, it presents differently though. It's fair though, it does feel like a combination of various things that we've seen throughout the game. Oh, weird. I don't think he bleeds either. Yeah, I still don't fully get it. But it's neat. Lamenter's Mask. A stone mask twisted into an expression of rapturous grief. Use while disrobed to transform into a lamenter. The change cannot be undone except by death. Using this mask while already transformed causes the head to swell in size. This transformation tallies with the state of a denizen of paradise, but the people of the tower denied and hid it from the world. In their foolishness, they viewed true bliss with deep fear. Interesting. That is fucking weird. In other words, if they didn't like bliss, then they like agony, right? And it kind of fits with how they treated their own people. Agony was a good thing. But he's a lamentor, but he's in bliss. He's grieving, but he's rapturous. It doesn't make any sense. Do I put on the mask? Is it like a mask? Hang on. I don't even remember. No, it's like an item. Okay. No, this is something different. This isn't madness. We see madness in this area, so we know this isn't it. This is something else. It's like the suffering made the lamenter happy, but also sad. But the Hornsent people didn't like bliss. They feared it because they seemed to have valued suffering and not being happy in suffering, but just suffering. Fucking strange. Merchants like that? Merchants like what? I mean, they're just... I don't know. In a bliss suffering? I mean, they're just mad. That's something different. The frenzied flame is different. I don't think this is frenzied flame. Let's transform into a lamenter. Thing is, the Hornsent wanted their people to suffer because that suffering seems to have created their pots, but they also don't want them to be happy that they're suffering. Which in a twisted way makes sense. This makes a lot more sense on replay now, because I remember I was very confused by the Lamentor. I mean, he's confusing in general, but this makes more sense. You're not allowed to enjoy the suffering. It kind of makes the Hornsent even worse. Because, like, this is basically saying, oh, you're a masochist? You like pain? No, we can't have that. Put you in super jail. This is a different flame. It's not one we've seen before. It's like a dark flame. The status bars are just our status resistance changing. So that doesn't tell us anything. this definitely looks like a tangled horn. And the red hair. I don't think we really see any like intact, healthy horn scent, but I definitely don't know if they look like this. It's possible, I suppose. But they did indeed have horns all over their body like the Omen. Or is this guy a special case? Is that a nose on our back? One second. Oh, goodness. It rather looks like the Fell God back there. But the eyes... Oh, right. The Fell God only has one eye. That's interesting. Because it definitely evokes the Fell God. But the Fell God only has one eye versus these appear to have two, though the horns are growing out of them. So even if they had eyes, unless that bit at the top is meant to be an eye up there, the bit over the nose, but that looks to me more like a spine because it continues all the way up. So I don't think that's an eye. I think that with the two horns sticking out and that with the two horns sticking out are meant to be the eyes. And you can see how they're like sort of like heavy brows, like, and it's like a almost comedically sad looking expression. And then the mouth also extremely in this agonizing pose with also horns sticking out of it. Now, this definitely gives the Fell God because they were in the chest and everything, but it also reminds me of the god skins, because the god skins also took faces of other people and wore them like clothing. This is very strange. We don't know if the Hornsent had red hair. It's definitely possible, we just don't know. Yeah, the thing is, it's really hard to say because remember, it looked like a flame, what he used on us, but it behaved more like rancor. And rancor is the spirits of the dead. The vengeful spirits of the dead. This might be despair, right? Because what happens when we die is the sort of despair fire, let's just call it that for a bit, sort of surrounds us and then we keel over. And then when we transform, it also surrounds us and we transform. So it definitely could be like a fire, but it doesn't seem to burn. It doesn't describe itself as fire, but how it actually operates is like rancor. Felgod's son on the furnace golems has two eyes too. We'll get to the furnace golems because I've only fought one so far, so I want to look at them a little further, like get more information. I do have the funny item, yeah. Our cosplay is complete. I'm really curious about what they used. But they basically used like a skull. They held it up almost by the hair, and that thing released its rancor. I think this is meant to be, like the fire is meant to be closer to rancor than anything else. But it's like, we're in despair, but we're blissful. Lantern had eyes? Yeah, I think it was a skull. They're very much like the Skull Lantern enemies in Dark Souls, where they shoot fire out of a skull, but here it's rancor. Also, it's very close to the Gravekeeper item. Not quite, obviously. But if we basically do this with this, we use the brain pan, but rather than channeling a spirit, like a ghost comes out of it. This makes it also very similar to the Wraith calling bell, which we ring it and a Wraith comes out, and that Wraith is targeting. It like, it picks its target. It homes in just like Rancor, just like this. So I think this is more similar. More like a mummified head? Yeah. The red hair. The thing is, the red hair, we learn, and I like I talked about this before, the game tells us it's the fire giants, but we see lots of things with red hair. I wouldn't be surprised if the Hornsent also had red hair. We just don't know. But it is true that this guy's got a beard like the fire giants. He looks like his face is rather fire giant-y. The problem is we don't really get many Hornsent. We don't know what they look like. They're all like changed or twisted. So the red hair, the fact that it's linked to the fire giants is a bit of a red herring. I know I said that before, but really it is. Because all it is Crucible. Anything red is just closely tied and associated with the Crucible. So that's what the fire giants were. And possibly the Hornsent too. I mean, their horns sort of speak for itself in that regard. The Fell God was likely hated because who knows why? Maybe giants didn't work well for jar parts or something. Though really, fire giants had problems with pretty much everybody, so they were pretty gosh darn destructive, it seems. But they also invented smithing. The Lamenter's Jail is cool. It's just a bit of a pity that this area is full of recycled enemies except for the Golden Hippo. And that's not unique. And the Furnace Golem, which is also not unique. And then that's it. Like, it's just the Lamenter's Jail that's unique in this spot. Wasn't there something weird about this one? Yes. The homing fireballs make it very hard to deal with, and I don't know if this is even good. Wow. Well, at least I'm free from being a Lamenter. But my goodness, that was 95% of my health bar, I think? The thing is, we don't know if the Hornsent love the Crucible. Nothing... They're not really associated with that. They really only valued horns, nothing else. I'm trying to think if there's anything that really links them to the Crucible, and not really. Like the Divine Beast Warriors, I guess, the bird, but that's... I don't know. I vaguely remember some of these fucks are so annoying because you have to throw stuff at them from above for some godforsaken reason. You gotta like throw pots at their heads or something, like you're playing basketball, and I just feel like this is the stupidest thing that FromSoft's fucking done. Torrent, sweetie, you kind of let me down there, bud. As far as I can tell, that one's active. I don't think it's sealed. I know some of these are sealed. I don't think that one was. It looked active. The fuck, Torrent? Okay. Gravebird ashes. Used to summon the spirit of a gravebird, the spirit of an old golem and spirit gravekeeper who flies with stone wings and spouts ghost flame. According to legend, the gravebirds were crafted to be kindred to the deathbirds, which, yeah, makes sense, but they don't play nice with the deathbirds because the deathbirds will defeat them and destroy them. Oh, I can't craft, right, hang on. And this also suggests that the gravebirds are a little closer to what the deathbirds used to look like. Have mentioned the red flowers, yes. As well as Charon, all that. Yep, pretty much covered. I just wish there was more in this freaking area, I gotta tell you. I have to craft faster. Because you can't craft when you have aggro. I don't remember if this is what you have to do, but I remember there being something about the pots, like the big pots, if you throw them at their head or some shit. I don't know if the pot matters. I think it might. I probably should have done this one, but I don't have any Embers of Mesmer. So if that's the one I need specifically, too bad. Let's try. Let's experiment. Furnace pots? Okay, but chat, did I ask you? What are you thinking? You know it's no backseating. What is the play? You know I don't want backseat. I'm literally relearning and you guys are ruining it for me. Why? Why are you doing this? You should know better. God, I fucking hate this though. Well, let's try basketball anyway. I'm gonna pretend chat didn't just ruin my fun. For no reason. You know how exciting it is when you're doing something for the first time. And when you forget it and you have to do it again for the first time, it's just as exciting. Why are you ruining it for me? Don't do that. It's really uncool. Is this annoying as shit and like one of the worst things that FromSoft's ever fucking done? Yes. That's okay. We're doing a science experiment. We're getting the silver lining out of it. We're trying to be like, let's find the fun. You know? Ooh! Alright, Torrent. Alright, Torrent. Oh, I can throw them on Torrent? Oh, fuck. Ooh. Go! Oh, shit. Dude, that was sick! Kobe! Woo! That's so cool. Basketball! Fuck! No, I clicked the wrong button. I forgot. Fuck, I did Elden Ring. Okay, we're gonna do it again. Didn't say Kobe, didn't count. No, I said basketball. I said I channeled all the powers of basketball. It should have been better. Is this gonna reset the health bar, by the way? Because like, if I have to, I only have 4 hefty pots. How am I supposed to craft more in this environment? Yeah, it resets the health bar. Is that great? Don't you just love that? So how are you gonna do this? Since we only have 4 right now. I mean, maybe I could shoot it with something? Do I have any spells? I've been leveling my spell stats. Maybe I could shoot some like Fire Giant's Black Flame up their ass or something. I can't equip it right now though. Okay. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. I went the wrong way. Ah! It get torn in midair! That's so mean! Alright, let's do some science. Let's do a science. Because if we hit it in the fire bits, it hurts real bad. This is really the closest grace? Fuck me. Woof! Game fucking hates me. Okay. What spell can I even use? Not as many as one would hope. It needs to be a yeet. What about this? 20 faith for Black Flame? Come on. Hang on. I have a plan. I really want to shoot fire at it. That just feels good. A little bit more faith. There we go. And let's equip as fiery spells as I have. I want to see what these do. No. 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 I mean, Glintstone Ice Crag, but I don't know. Maybe we could experiment though. We have lots of slots. Let's equip some spells. I don't have enough faith. Great. Nope. No. No. I really wish I could use Giant's Flame Take Thee though. That would be sick. Just right? Ugh. Black Flame isn't the best. I just need a little bit more faith. Right, I don't have any runes. Let's do the Opaline, or the Pearl Drake Talisman +2. Lowers our strength a little bit, but it'll help with resistance. Jump attacks don't really help. We need this. And then... Oh shit, don't you have to level up casting tools? Fuck. You need 27 faith to use the Godslayers? Eh, fine. Spells are annoying in this game. I don't think this will work very well, but I mean... I feel like it's kinda worth a shot for science. Yeah, at high faith, I only have 16. 21 with the relic, with the talisman, I mean. We don't really have that many materials either, so I can't fuck this up. Let's try the spells first. I put it in the wrong spot. Okay, there we go. My +1 staff is gonna do it. wonder if I could still stagger them even though they have the armor, because like I do a lot of stagger. That's the difference between this build and the last one that I used. Is I could still hit him in the ankles a lot. Oh my god, great. Ow. Can you come fucking closer, you weenie? Are you serious? You're just standing there spamming your spells from that far away. I can't do shit to you over there. Thank you. I forgot the buttons. I forgot the buttons. What had my lock on? I just want to see. Hit it! Kobe! Kobe! Ah! Kobe! Again! And then hit it! Hit it in the bits! It doesn't really do very much. It could be because I'm at +1. Fuck, I'm out of FP. Oh! Fuck! This bitch killed Torrent. Oh fuck, how do I get down now? Oh my god, get him back. Yeah, quickly. Ah, my cheeks. Alright, all I got left is jump out one. Worse than fighting Ceaseless? Dude, Ceaseless rocks in comparison to this fucking trash, yes. I don't know how this works. I don't think it does. Yeah, fire giant. Bullshit. Oh, great. All right. We'll have to come back when I have more pots. Oh, maybe I could just use regular pots, though. I totally forgot I have like a shit ton of cracked pots. I could just try the cracked pots and see what damage they do first. Yes. And then we'll craft these, but I won't use them until I'm certain that this is even gonna work. I don't think it will. I don't think I have the damage. Yeah. Such a pretty area, and this is all they did with it. It's very depressing. It's just such a wasted opportunity. A bunch of annoying nonsense and repeat. Like, nothing here is unique. I'm so sorry, Torrent, but please don't die yet. Please don't die, sweet Torrent. Thank you, Torrent. Okay. Only to stagger him? Yeah, no, I'm trying to stagger him. The problem is that the homing fire is... Well, you don't really see it when you're down below, so... But I guess we could try it again. Oh, okay, that's fine. Like, I was thinking it's maybe an opener. Yeah, it doesn't do shit. Okay, never mind. Like I said, I still have stagger. feel like it should have happened by now. But it probably just is super, super, super resistant or something. Yeah, I think if it was gonna work, it was gonna work by now. Ow. Oh shit. I don't know why they did this. I don't mind ignoring it, but to make it use reusable items, like not reusable, limited items, I just don't love it. It's almost like they're trying to force you to use the crafting mechanic, and I don't love the crafting mechanic. So, you know, if they give you like a storm ruler, sure. The health has not moved at all, and we didn't stagger it. Okay, we're just gonna have to come back. I feel like I can't do this right now because I simply don't have the stuff to do it, which I don't love. I just don't love it. It just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel well designed. I don't feel like it's clever. I'm just like, cool, I don't have the stuff to do this. I literally do not have the materials to do this. I guess I will come back to you later. I don't love it. Like if I had more pots, then I wouldn't need the exact ones. I could just, you know, throw pots, but I don't have enough hefty pots. In fact, I don't remember how many there are. And with that, we are done this area. It's a little disappointing. I don't love this area. It's so pretty. And it has so much potential, and you think it's going to be so cool. And there isn't a single fucking new thing in it except for a dungeon. And it is a cool dungeon, but that's it. All this is basically just empty space for a dungeon. It's a bit of a shame. Yeah. There is some minor new lore, like we talked about, right? Like we learned what the Tibia Mariners are. They're grave keepers. But the problem is, and also the whole Karo's hidden grave linking to Charon. But we kind of already had that with the Mariners. It's like, oh, why are they Mariners associated with the dead? Oh, it must be a reference to Charon. And now they just are like, hey, did you miss that? And we're like, no, we didn't. We got that. They're just making sure. And I think that's my problem with a lot of the DLC, is a lot of the lore is like, hey, so you know how Mikola is actually, you know, he's such a good guy? And we're like, okay. Well, actually, you know, he's very sinister and he can mind control people. And we're like, yeah, we did know that. And the DLC is like, oh, so he can mind control people. And we're like, yeah, we know. And you're like, Another benefit of this area is that it shows you this. So you look at this, you're like, huh, okay, I can get down there. How do I get down there? And you start looking. It's why they made the map so vertical, I think, is so that you can look out and be like, yo, is that a giant dragon? And then you can go to the giant dragon, right? And you're here and you're like, wait, there's a path down there? How do I get to? And then you find it because you're looking. Actually, can I just go from here? Ah! The Cerulean Coast. This isn't how you're supposed to get to it, but I mean, it works. And it is intended with this staircase. go. Visually, probably my favorite part of the DLC. Unfortunately, it is also extremely empty, just like the Kara's Hidden Grave. But let's appreciate it for what it is. So, there was a, in the trailer, there was a dancer in red that was showcased here that you're like fighting her amongst the blue flowers, which is kind of another thing they changed, unfortunately, but it sure is beautiful and associated yet again with death. But the new edition, this is the coast, and we have these, wrong button, gigantic arc. Definitely looks as if it was made for water, of course, but sealed and therefore an arc and not a boat. I don't really know what else makes an arc versus a boat, but still. And it is very ancient, because if this went on the water, well, there's no water here now. We're at the coast, but the water's way receded. So these are very ancient indeed. And then there it is. Hey, are you tired of fighting dragons yet? Well, guess what? Now they're bigger. Just like Borealis, like the really big ones that are really annoying to fight. They do that at least. That's wow, they give you a lot of time. You're in the right place. Whoa. Oh, right, this one does do something new. It summons those who live in it. It also kills. It's a lot like Nito, actually. Do they die? Nope. They're not linked to it. Cool, good to know. So the lore of the Ghost Slain Dragons is that they came here, they washed up here, like many of the dead, but they still had like lots of life force left or something along those lines. Where is the spell? The land of spirit graves. Oh, right. Sorry. I should also add that we just learned from the grave bird ashes that they are there to guard spirit graves. So not just spirits, but the spirit graves, like the literal stone that is turned to spirit, which is very interesting. The land of spirit graves is home to all manner of dead, and even the corpses of fallen dragons found their way there. Several of them were endowed with such vivacity that even in death they could not fully die. That's, yeah. Thought they were massive stone coffins. Yeah, I mean, the thing about them that makes them clearly meant for some sort of transport is the shape. Oh great, something's on me. 1 second. It's got like not quite a rudder, but it looks like it was meant to float, and I think it did. Not resin. Serves as a primitive catalyst. Yeah, I love the first view of Limgrave. That moment where you exit and you see it for the first time and the music starts to play. I still think it's unparalleled, that first view of the Erd Tree. It reminds me a lot of, on the first playthrough of Oblivion, like way back in the day, I remember going through all the sewers and you're like escaping from jail, and then suddenly you open the door and you see the river and these alien ruins, and you're just like, whoa, and you realize you can just go anywhere. It was incredible. It's a similar thing. I actually think that Elden Ring might even have beat that moment when you first step out and you see the Erd Tree and the immensity of the world, and there's something about being so small and looking up at something so massive. Yeah, notably these things are found by the coast. I think they show up a couple more times around the world, so we'll have to pay attention to where they are. But mostly near water. And if you were going to build a coffin, I mean, it's not very easy to build like this. Like, this would have to be floating. It looks like a ship. But not one meant for steering. Oh, and the first one we climbed down to get here, we got a great grave glovewort from it. Great ghost glovewort, sorry. Since times of old, large gloveworts were used to comfort heroic spirits, given in tribute to those who died the most glorious of deaths in the hope their stories would become legend. Grave glovewort at the very top. So they operate as coffins now, but they were giant constructs built, likely filled with the dead, and then set adrift, and they floated here to the lands between. We know it as a land of shadow, but really it's just another part of the lands between, isn't it? So now that we've gotten a good look at it, let's go... Actually, I want to explore a little bit more because we're already out, but I will go show the relief I'm talking about. And the ox or bull. I don't know the difference. It's not the first time we've seen them, but they're only in the civilization of old. Notably also horns. Oh, you! More of these creepy guys. Yeah, I call them old dynasty. There's different names. I kind of default to whatever comes to my head first. But yeah, it's probably the civilization of old. Yeah. We don't know much about them except for their ruins. Oh shit. Wrong button. I clicked. No, please. So, this is kind of similar to what the Lamenter uses. That sort of like mist falling off of him. Gravekeeper's Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques of the gravekeepers who watch over those who rest in the realm of shadow. Peak bone arrow and peak bone bolt. Let's see. Peak bone. Bolt whittled from animal bones, the tip is soaked in putrescence. Releases a white smoke at the point of impact, luring in foes of human build who are not in combat and drawing their aggression. Effective on demi-humans even if they are already in a combat state, craftable. So that they're luring. They're a luring form of the peak bone. Or like, it's an arrow that does the luring effect. Putrescence. We don't know what it is yet, but looking at it, well, I mean, putrescence is basically stinky goo. So, we have the color is interesting. It's like a deep purpley blue, almost like indigo. But, and this is really cool, there's a spirit coming off of it. It might be meant to evoke the white smoke, but look at the shape. So keep this shape in mind as we look at... I can't craft them yet, I don't have the stuff. The spirits. It sure looks very similar. If the word wasn't so loaded, I would say that putrescence equals rot, but obviously not rot as in scarlet rot. Soldiers who joined the crusade were rewarded with grace aplenty. Makes sense? Ever heard of a stone ship that floats though? Bit weird? Who knows? But look at the way they sit. Like, they were not built like this. At least not here. Ah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. An angle of the front. Or the back, I guess? This is the biggest tell. Bearded tall man holding tablet. Like a stone tablet, not like an iPad. Ah, okay. We'll go there. Now, let's go underground. Best place to show it. Ugh, there's a few different things. We have to go here first, though. Night Sacred Ground? No, here. Putrescence is the rot for things in death? Something like that. I mean, there's also... Well, we'll have to learn what putrescence is. And this... Look at that. And this is why when people say, oh, you're looking too far into it, this is the type of shit that I want to show them. Those are the same fucking ships. This, a little hard to tell, but it looks like figures planting trees. You can see big full-grown trees next to the people, and then smaller little saplings growing there. This looks like burial of the dead, something like that. Their heads are sort of bowed, they look like they're in mourning. Some sort of ritual. You can see figures that look prostrate, whatever, as if they're praying, while others also, you know, arms crossed, heads bound around this thing in the center that's on a pedestal. And then these, very similar to what we saw on the ships. Yeah, this is what I mean. FromSoft is crazy. Like, they do this. They showed this, and we just looked at it, we're like, I don't know what that fucking is. Also, do you see how they're in motion? Like, the parts at the bottom, it looks like water or wind or something. They look like they're moving. Unless it's meant to be the ox at the top. It's kind of hard to tell. I always saw this as the figures having arrived here, going on a journey, but now that we know they were filled with the dead, it kind of makes it a little bit more... Well, at least it's implied they're filled with the dead. We don't know that yet, though. Okay, so that's that. Now, where can I show the big statues of the folks holding the tablet? Unfortunately, the biggest one that comes to my mind is Lake of Rot, so we'll do Lake of Rot. They're all over the place, but this is the one that comes easiest to mind and is very intact. Right, we can't ride Torrent here. You know, we could go from the other side. No, it's pretty close. See, look, right over there. You can start to see them. We know nothing about this civilization besides their ruins and the Claymen. The Claymen were their priests. They're the only denizens who live in these ruins that are from the civilization. Everyone else is pretty much moved in because the civilization is gone, but the Claymen are apparently the priests. And they are the ones that search for augurs in their bubbles. It's very interesting. Yeah, bearded, holding stone tablet. Obviously a lot larger and a bit more of a, like, it's a clearer depiction. Also, even here, roots or branches, kind of hard to tell. But tree iconography, and one of the depictions shows them planting trees. And then the symbol that they put on their... oh, one more thing. The symbol they use is the ox. Here we have more of these reliefs. They're all over the place. Those are interesting. These kind of look like what's at the top of the ship, whatever these creatures are supposed to be. But where is one with the ox? There. Also, the circle is very interesting. It's as if it's carrying it on its back. But yeah. And then we see it in the DLC. The same stuff that's been here since base game. It's crazy how From does this. Like, this is why they're so worth looking into and why the games are so worth deep diving. They're the only ones that you can really go this deep into, because you look at this and you're like, hang on a second. Oh, there's also more of these guys. That's perfect. I could have just come here. But I love those ones because you see the full body, the one at the Lake of Rot. The Grand Cloister is the most intact ruin remaining, despite the fact that there's rot everywhere. Okay. Back to the Cerulean coast. Cerulean is actually really cool too, because that's the color associated with Glintstone. Isn't that the gravity beast? Well, the thing is, this just looks like an ox. Gravity beasts, the falling star beasts, they look similar. In fact, they're probably based on the Sekiro bull enemy. But nonetheless, this is simply the animal. It has ears, it has horns, it has eyes, it has a snout. Like, this is an animal. The falling star beast is an alien, a rock star creature, bug thing from hell. Honestly, none of that was really even inaccurate. This is an animal. So it is distinct. Okay. Cerulean Coast. Let's explore a little bit more here, and then I'm going to show how we're actually supposed to get to the Cerulean Coast. I say supposed to, you can get there the way I did too, but the dedicated path, let's say. We'll work backwards to show it off. And then we'll do the proper thing in the Cerulean Coast. Maybe. I'm trying to think if there's anything like... No, I think it's worth doing this, because there is a cross. There's a couple crosses around here, if I remember right. Okay, so yeah, Cerulean is linked directly to Glintstone. What's the significance of it here? Honestly, I'm not sure if it's just like we wanted blue flowers, but I will say that Cerulean Amber is the amber that increases FP. It's still Erdtree sap, but that's sort of its role. And the color is, of course, inherently linked to sorcery and glintstone. And speaking of sorcery and glintstone... Okay, I guess I could have let him attack, but I'm not gonna do that. It's the same as Yoda, I'm pretty sure. And they're annoying anyway. There's demi-humans here. Spirit sword. Sharp blade sculpted into a twisted shape, a sword that has seen many years of use in the gravesite, said to serve as a medium for communion with spirits. Is this a curve sword? Wow, that's fucking cool. I think I used this for a bit. It's the same as the spirit glaive, but a curve sword. And like it, in scaling. Oh right, yeah. Red and blue are also linked to the Deathbird talismans and the twin birds themselves. Yes. There being something over here other than this. Wormies? Oh. Oh, it does hurt the demi-humans. I was so curious. Color of sleep, also the color of gray violets. But you sleep and death are linked, because what is sleep if not, you know, a mini death. Even in Greek mythology, sleep and death were siblings, Hypnos and Thanatos. So not a new concept, but still cool to see it encapsulated. I like how these ones are communing. So the ones up top were angry. The Cerulean Coast, these ones are angry too, but the Cerulean Coast comparatively is a little bit more peaceful, at least with these guys. Not all of them are immediately angry. Greek mythos and Elden Ring? Not just in Elden Ring. Gwyn is pretty clearly meant to be a lot like Zeus, down to the appearance, down to throwing lightning bolts, down to being kind of a huge asshole. It's Zeus. Right here. This one is almost as if it just washed up. And a demi-human queen. Mariga. They all have enemies. But then again, so does half the game, so. The Starline Sword. Sword encrusted with a line of stars fashioned from small pieces of crude glintstone. Weapon of the demi-human swordsman. When bestowed with this weapon by their queen, the swordsmen swear to find the truth that lies at the end of the procession of stars. Unique skill, Ons' Line of Stars. This skill, named after a demi-human swordsmaster, imbues sorcerer's energy into line glintstones and executes a slash attack. Repeated inputs allow for up to 2 follow-up attacks, each dealing greater damage than the last. I don't have the stats to use this. I wanted to show it off, but I can't. This further shows that the demi-humans do have intelligence. Like, we knew it, but this is like their own culture, not influenced by anybody else. As far as we know, because crude means they likely built it themselves. Demi-human swordsman Yosh. Ons, a master swordsman who devoted himself to the Starline sword, realized that only ruin awaited at the end of the procession of stars, and imprisoned himself in order to forestall it. However, Yosh, an apprentice who absorbed his technique, stubbornly refused to heed his master's words and spent his entire life at his side, in defiance of his self-imposed seclusion. This reminds me a little bit conceptually of Vendrick. Like, they see what's coming, so they just like hide it away to sort of... They hide away so they don't fulfill the destiny that they've chosen to a point. Ooh, Polterstone. Ooh, that's an interesting name. As for the procession of stars, well, procession is like not quite a parade, but like a, well, it's a procession, but I'm just trying to think of it in a different way, like a synonym to it. But it's like a line that moves, and then at the end, something at the end of it was distressing to Ons and he didn't want to see it. But it didn't seem to be a fearful thing. It seemed more like there was ruin there. But ruin for who? For his people? For his queen? Maybe that's why he decided to just imprison himself. To martyr himself. Only ruin awaited at the end of the procession of stars. Okay. They're truth seekers. I wonder if it's meant to be something like the night or something like that. I'll try to level up my stats so I can at least showcase the weapon, but it's basically what Ons used on us. The way she's here, it's almost as if she just landed here, because it's a strange place to live. But the demi-humans are here, so... On's made it far too, so he's been in prison, but his prison is here at the jail. So if this is his queen, he traveled quite a distance. So yeah, we see the effect of demi-humans. Yeah, that's one thing I don't think I really showcased this too much during the run. Not like consciously, I didn't like talk about it, but yeah, one thing about demi-humans, we've always kind of seen them as a little bit more bestial. They use crude weapons, they lunge at you, they act more like animals. They have a culture, but their weapons and everything and their clothing is very simplistic. But yeah, at nighttime, they get red-eyed and frenzied. They tend to become even more bloodthirsty than usual. But the queens have always been able to use sorcery, which show they have intelligence. So then why do they get so bestial at night? The primordial star stream? The primeval current, do you mean? It's possible that's what it was. I was wondering if that's what it's meant to be, but the primeval current, comets being stars, considering they move, it could be. It could be the primeval current. And they just had a different name for it because they're different. Yeah, the queens do have violet eyes. So once again, the stuff in the DLC tends to be older and stronger. So we get to see these are likely older demi-humans, an older demi-human queen, which is why for the first time we have the swordsmen, who are incredibly talented actually. And the stats on the sword, like 21 int, 23 dex, and very little strength. This takes finesse and intelligence to use. You can't just swing this. The demi-humans are a lot more complex than we even knew. Also, if they are going for the primeval current, I mean, where is this? I see, there's a path from the red zone. If they are going for the primeval current, then it explains why some of the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria were helping them. Because that was what the sorcerers were after. Ons felt like Yoda? Yeah, I think it might also be a reference to Yoda. Demi-human version of the Elden Lord? Possibly. Also, yeah, Ons also means 11 in French. I don't know. I don't know if it's relevant or not. Fun fact, I guess. Oh, right. Oh, that was close. Just more running. Another great grave glovewort. More upgrade materials because like DLC, there's more stuff, so you might want to upgrade the new stuff you have, so they just really throw them at you. But still cool. Because this also gives us new lore on the civilization of old. Probably his height in centimeters. Yeah, something like that. Could just be a coincidence, but still cool. So otherwise the demi-humans don't have French names or like anything else. Hey, 21 int is pretty respectable. It's not high, but it's not low either. And that's, keep in mind, that's not for the queen, that's for the swordsman. That's for the knight of the demi-human queen. Oh my god. Lobster. Actually, crawfish or whatever. One of these in Night Rain actually has a boss health bar and a name, so I know it's a crayfish. Or crawfish. I think it's crayfish. But I think they're the same thing. It's just like a regional thing. But I'm gonna still call them lobsters. Like 4 inches? Yeah, it's a joke. He is 4 inches tall. Oh my goodness, we have traversed the water. Oh, I did forget to get this. We'll go over there though. More int than Rolana's swords? I don't remember. Shit. Because I didn't go grab them. I should go. I don't pick up many of the items so that I can keep the remembrances for lore and read them anytime. And then I can go to the finger reader to Enya and I can get the like descriptions, both of them, without having to duplicate anything. Yeah, for a weapon, it's pretty high. Another one of these graves. Southern Nameless Mausoleum. So we found, I think, Western? Yeah. Dancer of Rana. Oh dang, it caught me. I tried to roll through it. Honestly, one of the coolest designs in the game. I use the heck out of it. I beat Radon in that dress. That's my dress. That's my DLC dress, baby. Yeah, this is really cool. I love the fight. I love how she moves. I love the outfit. I love the weapons. But yeah, unfortunately, they did show this in the trailer for the game, for the DLC, as being out in the water, or like out in the field of blue flowers. And, well, we lost that. So it is a bit of a bummer because of that. But of course, they change a lot of stuff in trailers. But nonetheless, man, like, compared with what we got, which is just, hey, there's a ghost flame dragon here. There's nothing in that zone. There's nothing there. I think they changed it because they wanted to create the symmetry with the directional locations. So we found the western, now we found the southern. Presumably there's 2 others. They wanted them to be, like, enshrined in their own personal graves. Oh, I never read the Polterstone. Makes a noise imitative of human presence. Contrivance of the gravekeepers made from spirit gravestone. Creates noise imitative of human presence where it lands when thrown. Said to have been used by the solitary gravekeepers to distract themselves from their longing for company. Oh my god, that's so freaking sad. Easy to miss out in the open? I don't really think it's that, because she is wearing stark red in the middle of a blue field. Like, they just could have had her be, like, straight from the grace, you know? Just right where the, sort of where the Ghostling Dragon attacks you, except have her be present in the world. I know this makes more sense, like, how it operates, as she's like a ghost and everything, but man, that was cool in the trailer. Anyway, the Dancing Blade of Rana. Decorative swords ablaze with impassioned red, a pair of weapons made to be wielded in both hands, used by the Dancers of Rana. Strike enemies with a dancing assault when executing a strong attack. And unending dance. A furious dance formed by a succession of slashing attacks. Hold the button down to sustain the dance for as long as stamina allows. Dancer's Hood. Bright red hood of the Rana dancers enhances the power of dancing attacks. The dance of Rana is one of burning passion, and the most passionate dancers never allow their fiery dance to end, losing even their names as they dance on. To see the passion fade is to see the dancer's flame extinguished. Dancer's Bracer. It's actually just one bracer, designed to protect the sword-wielding hand. Dancer's Trousers. Long black trousers worn underneath the bright red dress of the Rana dancers. So their garb is very different from others that we've seen. We don't know too much about Rana, but we do know that the dancing attacks and the passionate dance is also something associated with the Hornsent. It's one thing they do. Rana definitely seems to be a location, even the way the gear looks different. This is likely a person from a place far away. Also, red being linked to passion. Not unusual, but it's just neat. And, yeah, these are mausoleums. So it's kind of hard to say, but it's a statue of Marika here. So I always thought these were those who fought on behalf of her. But there's Marika's statues all over the place. Because beyond that, they're a gameplay function. They want you to be able to respawn and whatnot. Like a stake of Marika, because else you'd be running all the way here. It's just a bit of a run up. Elden Ring doesn't really do that. And then we also have, then we have the Blue Dancer, right? This sort of opposes the Blue Dancer. We don't know where the Blue Dancer was from because they are nomadic. But yeah, that's we have the Blue Dancer and the Red Dancer. We have the Cerulean Coast and the Red Place. And both colors are linked to the Deathbirds. She does use fire. Nothing inherently in her like gear is fiery, but yeah, she uses fire. As opposed to the Blue Dancer, who's associated with water. Also, another link, they are warriors. This is a link more to the Western Mausoleum. The warriors there were said to give up their hearts for strength. However, and they lost their identities in the process. The Rana warrior was so lost in the dance that they forgot even their own name. So similar idea here. Also, yeah, the Hornsent, they're all about dancing turned to martial ends. So it's a lot like them. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that spell. I don't really remember it. I think it might be a DLC spell. Because I definitely don't remember it from Night Rain. Also, it looks a lot like... Do I have this spell? Scouring Black Flame. It's not the same because Scouring goes a little bit upward, but it looks like Scouring Black Flame while not being Black Flame. Which culture do you suspect inspired that dancer? I'm really not sure. I'm not good with fashion. If I was like in the Count of Monte Cristo though, I'd just be like, clearly it is from an eastern land. Right next to the mausoleum. Oh man, I missed it. shit, I have to go back. Well, let's go back then. Then we have Tanith? Yeah. Though Tanith, as far as, like, she doesn't use dancing for combat, but nonetheless is a oh, we can't make it through here. She presents rather differently, though. She uses castanets. Like a true dancer, not for combat. The Hornsen definitely see dance as a purification, though. Like the Divine Beast being like dance and cavort and whatnot. And it's meant to destroy the filth that is Marika. And all of Marika's children, like us. Ooh, also these lightning sprites that we also saw down there. And a storyline was cut short, possibly. Patches' questline, which is linked to hers, was also not completed until after release. I went the wrong way. I forgot where I was going. Man, I'm so sleepy today. Ugh. I'm like falling asleep. I need another tea. I actually had a nap yesterday, and I do not nap. I think I've napped like twice in like 5 years, and that was one of them. The blue worms are pretty friendly, except for the ones that explode. Did that goober fall to death? Probably. Sometimes, though, the unfinished quests kind of speak for themselves. So, like, Tanith, all she does, she's just, you know, consumed with consuming Rykard, and that's it. Okay, I think I checked up here. Maybe it's, like, along the beach. I don't think I checked fully along the beach. Sorry, does that bird have horns? It's like a penguin, but with feathers and little horns. Oh my god, it's so very cute. Oh my god, what a delightful little creature. Oh my god, hi. Oh my god. It's so cute! I don't think I've ever looked at this little guy. Oh my god, it's so... Look at his beautiful blue eyes. Friend. Okay, penguins do not have feathers like this, though. Come on, you can't gaslight me to tell me this looks like a... This is not a penguin. Penguins are all, like, smooth and shit for swimming. One of those, well, technically they have feathers. Okay, sure, but they don't look like that. Very cute creature. I really like it. This is what the lore run is for, is finding cutie patooties around the land between and land of shadow. Oh right, I didn't go over here and it looks like they're sort of guiding me. Yeah, to the beach. I don't see anything here. Except for annoying freaking crabs. Auks look like penguins? They're called auks? That's cute. What's an auk? I don't really know birds. I know like the basic birds, you know, like I know like the cardinals and the blue jays and the robins and stuff. Is there something here, chat? Someone said there's something next to the mausoleum that's associated with Rana, but like I'm not seeing it. Oh wait, could it be that fucking thing? That would do it. Could it be the what's this? Oh right, blood. Aha, the perfumed oil of Rana. A small bottle wrapped in a bright red cloth, filled with flammable perfume oil. Uses FP to spout flames forward. The dancers of Rana keep these concealed as they dance, marking the height of their passion with an explosion of searing flame and sweet, enticing scents. I see, so they don't actually use spells. That answers that. It's A-scaling in Dex. Oh, that's so cool. It's so freaking sick and dramatic. Unfortunately, the Dancer of Rana's swords, not too great. Like, they're fine as curve swords, but you can't really use the L2 because when the fuck do you have time to do anything in this game? Because everything's busy attacking you 15 times with a constant 500 hit combo and then jumping away so you can't hit it. So it's like, it's not the most functional, but it's still so cool. Where's my bird friend? Aww. I wanted to say bye. Definitely find times to L2. Okay. You're just being pedantic at this point. Yes, technically, you can always find intervals to attack the enemies. Because else you would be able to not play the game. But I was exaggerating for the purposes of comedy. And honestly, not even that much. You know what I mean? Like, really not even that much. This Elden Ring is just fucking, like, stupid sometimes. It's like in Persona when the monsters sneak up on you. They're called shadows. When the shadows sneak up on you and then they get to do like 5 turns before you get one because all of your party members are knocked on their ass and then they have to get up again. It's like that, but the entire game is like that. It's like a turn-based game, except they get so many turns and you get 1 turn. Do I hear a beeble, or is it just this place sounding like that? E33 be like that? Yeah, except like you're supposed to counterattack in that game. It's like differently structured. There it is, my map. The Southern Shore. Map of the southern shore of the Gravesite Plain. A captivating vista of brilliant blue flowers intermingled with colossal stone coffins of unknown origin that seemingly drifted to this place. To the east, the jagged peak thrusts upward into the clouds. So yeah, they are coffins, but they're effectively, like, I would call them arcs because the dead were buried in them. But they floated here. And we see that depicted in those reliefs in the base game. So pretty. A lot of cultures send their dead out to sea. So likely this was one of them. However, something about the lands between. The dead end up here more than others. More than other places. There's something special about this place. I mean, it's literally called the lands between. It's already this weird liminal realm on a good day. Deep purple lily. A deep purple water lily that is on the verge of wilting. Grows in the blue flower field at the coast. Like a syrupy poison, its nectar lulls the imbiber into sweet, velvety sleep. This is a Trina's lily. Like, pretty blatantly. If you've been paying attention and you've been looking at your items, you'll be like, hang on a second, why does that look exactly like a Trina's lily? Except, where's Trina's lilies? If the color was more intense. Right here. This is the color that we've seen associated. It's light purple. And the mist, specifically, the flower itself is mostly white, but the edges are this light purple mist that we've seen when we use any L2 on Trina's weapons or on her torch. This is a Trina's lily. So what is this exactly? It's even richer than the gray violet hue. Yeah, even in base game, Trina's lilies were always on the verge of wilting. Started to fade and wilt on the verge of wilting. Could mean fragility in general, but the flower is always, even fresh picked, it is always on the verge of wilting. Hang on. I went the wrong way. Paw throwing trolls. Yeah, Hornsent praying here. Wait, are you Hornsent? Let's see. Yes, okay. You, I can't tell. But presumably, yes. Some lilies are quite fragile like that. It's true. I think it also just has to do with, like, them, you know? By sleep, you mean death. Yeah, weird, huh? Carved words coalesce. I abandon here my doubt in vacillation. Hesitation, basically. Doubt and hesitation. So, this is weird, because every other cross has been, I abandon here flesh. Some sort of flesh. Like, literally just my flesh. Or specific parts of the body. So, one of them specifically said that here I cut off my left arm. And yet this one is about abandoning doubt and hesitation. Nectar Blood Version. A young shoot heavy with velvety purple nectar. Exceedingly rare to find. Said to burgeon forth where the nectar-like blood of abandoned Trina pooled. Trina was abandoned here. And what he was abandoning was doubt and vacillation. That's all Trina was to him at the end. And that is the reason that he had to abandon her. But we don't see her. So, she must be close. Let's go find her. What weapon did I get that I wanted to show off? Yes, this one. Wait, what is this Starline sword? Oh, it's a katana, right. Interesting that it's depicted in green. All flowers are fragile? No. Not even close. That is a really interesting hue. And yeah, it like glows with blue light. And the glintstones shine. But the glintstones themselves are green. And then as they go further up, they become turquoise and a little closer to blue, but here they're straight up green. That is very interesting. It's not the only time that we've seen green with the Viridian Amber, but not green glintstone. No, I don't think I've ever seen green glintstone. Okay. We found a cross. Is plants are pretty fragile compared to trees? I mean, I suppose so, but I think you should compare flowers to other flowers because a lot of things would be fragile. It's like saying, oh, humans are fragile compared to rocks. Like, yeah, they're completely different. This stone statue of a human is much stronger than a human. Yes, it is. I think flowers should be compared to flowers because, like, some of them are very hardy. They can grow in any soil. They don't need a lot. Like lavender, pretty hardy, pretty easy to grow. They like dry, sandy soil, so you can plant them in places other flowers would simply not last. Versus some, like a breeze will destroy them. One of the two masters, Lusat. Lusat's a slightly different color, but let's go compare. We just got a Grace. Although, I think I remember there being something here I wanted to check out. 1 second, please. Yeah, we'll check out Lusat. Because, like, he is the turquoise color closer to the top. But the base of, like, vivid green? I don't know. That looks too high. Oh, well. Nope. Oh my god, Selin! I totally forgot I wanted to show something off with Selin way back when. This is like, well, we're going back and revisiting them, so let's show something off. But I completely forgot about this. So we're gonna do like a quick revisit of our favorite primeval sorcerers. Oh boy. Hands. This is the first time we've seen them in the DLC. How strange. Oh, that was lucky. Holy cute input. My goodness. Yes, I remember this. Okay, let's take a peek. I remember the DLC map better than I thought, which is good. It's helpful. Green in some of the sorcerer crowns? True, but it's still closer to like, it's not that shade of green. It's a different green. But if that is meant to depict the procession of stars, then it's still relevant. Oh god, the hand traps. Can I fall down here? Well, I feel like no. And now it's too late. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna have to run all the way back. I'm sorry, Torrent. Oh, fuck this map! Like, I know it's pretty, but maybe they could have made things like a little bit smaller. Holy shit. Just the second, third, fourth time through, you just want to fucking die. Ugh. It's so big. And I normally like horse games. You know, it's gonna be a game where you ride around on your horse. It just doesn't feel like Torrent is a good horse, because he's too convenient. Horses should be a little inconvenient. To make a good horse game, horses shouldn't be so easy. Oh wait, isn't there something over here too? Another one of these trees. Another recipe book? Oh, haha. Interesting. So he found the Gravekeeper recipe book in a very similar situation across this area, right over there, by a tree. And now we're finding the St. Trina's Disciple cookbook. Oh my god. A record of crafting techniques left by a disciple who pursued the teachings of the Saint of Sleep, yet what seemed a gentle sleep at first ripened into velvet. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following: Eternal Sleep Pot. Gentle at first, but ripened now, more extreme. Something changed Trina. I wonder what it could have been. Craftable item prepared using a ritual pot. Enchanted by the incantations of Saint Trina. The weak are powerless to resist this velvety sleep and will never be roused again. We have actually never seen an incantation of Saint Trina because Saint Trina hasn't had any spells. It's only been the sword and the torch, unless I'm forgetting one of her items. Like, it's literally just those two things. That appears to be her seal. We've never seen it before, so this is really cool. And it looks like two lilies entwined. In fact, it looks like her sword. Also a bit of a spiral in there. Unsurprisingly, it looks like her sword, but we've never seen it like that. Also, once again, the color is like hyper violet. Like, it's like insanely vivid. Yeah, there it is. Obviously a bit different, but you can see the inspiration there with the St. Trina's lilies. If you take those two halves and combine them, and you kind of get her Incat rune. So either way, eternal sleep being linked to death, but also gentle sleep being made richer, ripening. It's a very interesting word. It's a pretty messed up place to abandon Trina. It's a gigantic grave. We're almost at the ruins. Wish Torrent had more stuff to do. Yeah, I know. The issue that I have with Torrent is that effectively in this game, your mount is just you, but faster. So I kind of often... Oh, I forgot I left it up there. Fuck, I have a lot of runes. I actually need to get those back. Well, I don't have to, I guess, but I'd like to. But how? Fuck. Like, I don't notice the loss of Torrent at all in Night Rain because you basically just run fast. It makes sense to give us Torrent. And I get it, but having a mount, like I said, it should have a little bit of inconvenience. Like Witcher or Legend of Zelda, which are two of my favorite horse-based games. I love exploring the world on Roach. Finger Ruins of Rhea. Okay, we're not going to explore this right now. I just wanted to grab this while we're here. What the fuck? Excellent question. We will come back to it at a later date. Yeah, I've heard Shadow the Colossus is phenomenal as well. I haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2. It's on my list though. That one seems like a perfect horse game. At least it's a beautiful grave for Trina. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I don't even remember how I got up there. I did go across here. And I climbed something? Eesh. Was it up here? Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, I thought I had 500,000 runes. I forgot I leveled up. Okay. Cerulean Coast Cross. Let's go tell Sir Ansbach about this one. Oh, and actually, I meant to leave this place just to show how we're supposed to get here. Hello.
Righteous tarnished. What brings you here?
I found another cross. Speak of the cross at the coast.
Well, I am much obliged. To think there was a cross left in such a faraway place, and the deep purple water lilies would be blooming there. This can only mean kindly Mikola has divested himself even of that. His adoring other self, his blossom of slumber.
His adoring other self, his blossom of slumber. Very interesting. Also, adoring means, well, of course, like adoring, loving, but, you know, adoring him. And even of that, like, he's surprised. Ansbach is surprised.
Righteous tarnished. What brings you here?
Nothing.
Welcome.
Talk to more.
I, like for you, things...
Okay, let's go tell Tiolier
Goodbye.
in case he is interested. Although on second thought, let's go up. So yeah, we also see this. Very ominous, the very absolute southern edge, as isolated as can be. We will visit Lusat and them as well, Azor and Rhea Lucaria. Actually, I think we might do that now. Yeah, okay. Real quick little side quest to check out colors. There's one very important thing I forgot to show off in the debate parlor. So we've seen these depictions before. I forget which one's which now. One of these is Lusat, one is Azor, I think. Or wait, no, that guy's someone else. I think that's Lusat. That, I think, is Azor, and that's Lusat. One or the other. It doesn't fucking matter. Point is, we've seen these guys, we've seen these portraits. But, other than Queen Renala, there's her. And this is the only such portrait of this figure. This has to be Selen. Also, hey, bright green. That's interesting. Even in her portrait, she doesn't have time. She's like reading some shit. Because remember, Selen was important enough to have a mask. We don't have Selen's mask, though. Oh, yes, we do. Right, of course. Okay. Green. Green, but not quite as green. And even then, it's not the right shade. See, that's more turquoise, right? Doubtless that is turquoise. Okay. Also turquoise. Let's compare it to the sword. So this part, that's a 1-to-1. This part though, not quite. Let's go somewhere darker. Yeah, look at the color change. That, no. This, yes. Right there where it starts to change, it goes from green to turquoise. And I would say it pretty much stays at turquoise. There, that's a better side by side. Look at that. 1-to-1, but still that color we haven't seen. It does look a lot like Selen's little necklace there, but we don't see that as part of her outfit. And even then, it's hard to tell. It could be like meant to be the turquoise hue. Still, this is a really cool side by side. That could be it if it were a little glowier, but it's hard to tell because this one's glowing. This is glowing glintstone. This is not. But if it were glowing, I think that might be the color. If you do the erudition gesture, does the traveling conspectus's obsidian mask glow? Oh, the Herodes. That's a good question. I don't remember if I ever tested this. Am I thinking of Herodes? Is that the right one? Sure am. The beard is so good. All right, erudition. It makes the sound, but it doesn't glow. It's a different shade. Like, this is like a pale green. Still not the same, but I think we can say it's close. Right. I wanted to check if Alberich, the blood glintstone glows. Red glintstone. It's made of blood. I can hear the sound, but no glow. Interesting. Science. Okay, no, just doing erudition makes that sound. I can hear it like really quietly, like a tinnitus, like a yeah, let's check this one. But this is turquoise. This is like Lusat's turquoise. Well, let's see. Let's see the glow. But looking at it, I would say that matches. Would you agree? Either way, I wouldn't say that. Like, that is still... Like, that's like... freaking 90s goo green. That doesn't match. Still lighter, not the same. When we do the gesture, we put the sword away, so like that's why I wanted to compare it with this. Hard to say. It is Xbox green. That is a great descriptor. It's very green. Okay. Did our scientific method. We got to show off a painting of Selin. Also, Selin has swapped bodies probably before, but she does look a lot like this. Also, the procession of stars, so it starts there and then goes up? Could this be like stars that aren't moving and then they start to move and then they become comets? I know stars in reality aren't comets, but just remember in this world, stars move and stuff, right? And they're guided by the moon and stuff, so it's a little different. Procession of stars, where the truth behind it, where they lead. It's like they're following the procession to where it goes, and the end brings ruin, is what On's discovered. Either way, pretty neat. Cool little miniature deep dive. Days and Glintstone Chris, they're all yellow. Or yellow. They're all blue. They're all blue. The closest we get to green is the Primeval Sorcerers. All other Glintstone is like blue. Okay, do I feel like going toward Trina right now? Let's start. She does look a little spooky in the portrait, for sure. Alright. Be right back. Just gonna use the restroom. Give me 1 minute. Thank you for waiting. We did our little Flintstone side quest. I really think the green is so interesting. Like, I'm trying to think about it. Green is really, really rare in this game. Like, that type of neon-y green. Is that the end of the procession of stars or the start? I would say the start, right? Also, it's crude glintstone. Could have something to do with it, but yeah. As someone mentioned earlier, this game is very... green is so rare in it, really. Like, in terms of nature and trees, sure, there's green around, but even then, a lot of the trees are yellow or, you know, the grass is green, but other than that, like our main tree is a spectral yellow tree. Green is Viridian. Sorry, not Viridian. Yeah, Viridian, amber. And even then, I would say this is about the same color, but this is amber. It's not the same, but glintstone is said to be the amber of the cosmos. So I guess it's the same idea. Still cool. Turtle talisman? Yeah, but that's like, it just made a turtle. Like in terms of like natural stuff, that this vivid green. So little green. It's not associated with any... Could you imagine green flame? There's no fire. That's green. Oh, just cool. Wait, how do you make green? Oh my god, I'm having like a elementary school moment, chat. It's not a primary color. How do you make green? Yellow and blue. There we go. Yeah, thank you. I'm having a moment. That's how you know I'm fucking tired. I have not been sleeping very well, chat, because I keep having dreams. And when I have dreams, I've also had nightmares, but like it's not because of the bad dream or good dream. When I remember my dreams, I don't sleep good. And I think I've had dreams like every night for like a week. I'm not gonna lie, I think Silent Hill 2 is not helping. Because I definitely remember Pyramid Head mogging me in one of those dreams. All I remember. It was actually kind of cool now that I think about it. There was like me and my friends, who weren't my friends, they were like my dream friends, like they weren't like real people, were like a bunch of like ghost/demon hunters or whatever, and it sounds really cool, except it was a little bit too Chainsaw Man to actually be cool, in that like everyone was always fucking dying horribly and stuff. But I remember like being in like an abandoned mall, very, very liminal horror. Because there was some like ghost demon, whatever the fuck we had to do, and then like one of my friends vanished, and I was like, oh, motherfucker's been totally possessed. And then we found him, but he like wasn't quite right, and I'm like, bro, he's like definitely possessed. Like we have to fucking exorcise him because he's like fucking possessed. And they were like, no, it's fine. I'm like, bitches, he's fucking possessed. I'm telling you. He's gonna like go all like, man, eat all of us. And then other stuff happened. It was very confusing. Like all I remember is like scenery. And then I just remember fucking Pyramid Head being there and just... He didn't make that face, obviously. He's got like a triangle face. But all I remember is like Pyramid Head just mogging me. So Silent Hill is not helping. So we're finding more of the deep purple lilies. Now that we found another one, I actually want to craft one of these pots. Well, I guess we can just read it because I don't want to use up a pot. Ooh, chat, they scale with arcane. That's very interesting. Arcane is associated with the Formless Mother as well. Oh, that is very interesting. The poison pots too. Arcane handles your like status buildup, like how quickly status builds up when you apply it, so it makes sense. But it's kind of cool. Poison, Formless Mother, blood, sleep. Yeah, these are the same. Okay, that's very cool. I can't make my dreams into anything because they don't make sense. Like, dreams never make sense, but I remember waking up from a dream at least once and being like, oh, this is a big, amazing story. I have to write it down before I forget. And then like I always had like a notepad near me, so I'd like hastily like write something down, and then I'd wake up in the morning and all I wrote was like flower trees, and I'm like, the fuck? Like just like complete nonsense. And half the time like I try to write a sentence, but it like trails off, and I'm just like, and I'm like, fuck, I don't know what I was trying to say, because of course it was dark. So we are following these lilies and the what is it? What are they called? The blood versions? The nectar blood version. If this is where blood pooled, then this is where Trina was. We're like following a trail. Oh, right. Let's take a look at the talismans, because they do have a depiction in the center. I'm always so captivated by the pretty pictures, but you're right. This to me looks like a Miranda blossom. This looks like a droplet, like a water droplet. Ooh, which is kind of cool if you think of like the water droplets, the life that spawned from the water droplets. That's to do with the Nox, the Albinaric, stuff like that. And this looks just like a lattice. It's like roots entwined with one another. It almost looks like two flowers, but the roots are entwined. If this is the top, this would be the side view. Do you know what I mean? Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Yeah. A blessed boon that is a droplet of the blue luminescent sap of the Erd tree. Versus Blessed Dew Talisman. Cool. Turtle Talisman has the same on the back? Oh yeah? I mean, they both handle your stamina recovery. Yeah! So this is like the stamina symbol. It's like, oh, that's cool. Because what this means is it's not just the amber inlaid, it's the symbol. And the symbol is like carved into it. That's really neat. It's goldsmithing. Love that continuity. All right, so here we have a gigantic, this is the southernmost point by far. And it is a gigantic fucking pit of doom. Oh god, and what are these? Slimes, but they're different. So the slimes historically have just been like people, melted people turned to goo. These ones in particular are very gooey. Oh my god. I was wondering if they'll drop something. We might never know. Oh, there's a drop. Gimme, gimme, gimme. What is it? There we go. Congealed putrescence. Bruised colored putrescence that oozes from stone coffins, congealed into a large viscous lump. Material used for crafting items. Found underground in the land to where stone coffins drift. The putrescence is what remains of the impure lives kept within the stone coffins. That's a loaded lore description. Many different levels. It looks a lot like a silver tier. What remains of the impure lives kept within the stone coffins? So maybe they're effectively mass graves. Like they look, I I would see this as kind of... Well, honestly, I would consider it sort of like perhaps the culture's honor to bury their dead and set them adrift. But if you think of how big a coffin would be, and then it becomes putrescence, maybe they were just like mass graves they were disposing of. It's interesting, it just says impure lives. It doesn't tell us anything about who consider them impure. And, well, the trail of Trina led us here. Oh no! What a terrible place to dispose of Trina. And we can't even see this guy. We're really far underground now. The Fisher. Sealed and obscured by Mikola. Yikes. Morgott has similar seals to this. Right? In fact, it's almost the same except for the symbol. The symbol that Morgott uses, interestingly, is the two-finger seal. It could be a reuse because Morgott doesn't really have his own symbol or seal. And the two fingers also seals the door to Leyndell until you get 2 great runes, and then the seal is gone. But similarly, it looks exactly the same as Morgott's seals, but Morgott's seals, they are to keep things sealed away and hidden away, but not obscured, just sealed. And the things he hides are the path to the Forbidden Lands, which of course he would want to hide because that's like, you don't go there. It's against the Erd Tree, and also the fire that can destroy the Erd Tree is there. So to Morgott, he is keeping the tree safe. So he locks away ruination. The other thing he seals away with his symbol is the Frenzy Flame. The absolute antithesis to all life and the most destructive force that we know of in the lands between. Those are the 2 things he seals away. Mikola is sealing and obscuring, hiding, concealing Trina. Now Trina's changed. But I don't think this was a seal because she changed. I think it was... Now here's the question. Why did she change? Also, if we take this literally, this is where he abandoned her. And then he brought her, carried her down here. I think this cross, it's a bit weird. I think this is more meant to be like, hey, by the way, Trina's over here. Like, it's meant to be like, keep looking. You're on the right track. Because they don't want us to miss this. But really, I think it happened here. But we can't progress down here yet. I actually forgot about this because it's sealed. Okay, guess we'll have to go elsewhere. But either way, the idea here of sealing her away as if she's a massive threat, it kind of speaks to how Mikola fears Trina at this point. Because if Morgott seals away things that can bring ruin, then what Mikola is sealing away and hiding, concealing, because he's obscuring it too, is also something that can bring him ruin. And we get a hint as to why here, because Trina is his doubt. Okay, we'll have to come back to the Fisher. Did Trina change because of the split? I think so. Because when separated from Mikola, she became a richer slumber. She ripened is the term used. This to me, I know we only got a hint of it. We don't fully understand. There's other things could have changed her, but I will say, just to sort of say it and then we'll get into it more later, this is one of my main pieces of evidence that both Radigan and Marika became further, deeper versions of themselves when they were split. And yes, they were split. This also gives us strong evidence that there was a period where both Marika and Radigan were separated. And we'll talk about this more. But yeah, this is one of the main reasons I think that, because we learn about Marika and Radigan. Well, sorry, we learn about Trina and Mikola through Marika and Radigan, but we also learn about Marika and Radigan through Trina and Mikola, because they're the only 2 to 4 characters that have other halves, so we can kind of learn. And what we do know is at one point, they seem to have been in peace with one another. And Trina was a gentle slumber and a lavender color, and all of a sudden she became this rich, deep, eternal sleep. That's a poison. And it's because that's what she already was, but she became purer. Mikola put a seal for the teleport for Elphiel behind an eternal jail. True, although that's a little different. That's meant to be a test. It breaks when you accomplish the goal he has set for you, effectively. Because no one gets to Elphiel for free. And without danger. But this, there is no way to break this. There is no puzzle. Well, there is, but we don't know what it is yet. This is not meant to be broken. But still, yeah, functionally the same idea, but that one was built for a different reason.
So, what can I help you with?
Seems Mikola ripped her pretty literally, even for the blood we find around. True, although we will say that he is meant to be divesting himself of all of his flesh. So it makes sense that, you know, ripping Trina out is just as bloody and violent as removing a limb, but yeah. Trina became her truer self. I don't even want to say her truer self, just a purer version of what she is. So this can be good and bad. It depends on what the half represents, I suppose. Okay, we can't talk to him, but it makes sense as to why we can't tell him anything. There's no reason to yet. All right. Let's go to the Cerulean Coast. Here. I'm going to show the path that we're supposed to find to the Cerulean Coast, but I'm going to go backwards. I think I remember where it is, but I still want to show it from here. Oh, God. One of these. This one's okay, though, I think. I'm dead. Whee! It is a very cool grab though, so it's okay. I can forget it. Oh fuck, we live. Fuck the lingering hitbox. God damn. Ugh. Neat. I think Mesmer fought in the war against the fire giants? No. Not personally. But I do think the fire giant war happened before the Hornsent crusade. I believe the Hornsent were left for last. For various reasons. Backseating is discouraged? Yes. Viridian Hidden Tear. Crystal tear formed slowly over the ages where the scattered sap of the shadow tree pools deep within the furnace columns. Gosh, so I mentioned that the ulcerated tree spirits are sort of replaced with golden hippos to a point where you see a golden hippo, you know that means a shadow tree fragment. Furnace golems, though, are the replacement for the Erdtree avatars because they drop tears. To be mixed in the flask of wondrous physic, the resulting concoction eliminates all stamina consumption. However, this effect is only brief and will expire quickly. All right, hang on. Let's look at my tears again, because I do have a couple of the new ones. There it is. This is actually really cool because the sap of the shadow tree pools within the furnace golems. It's as if they're what are those called? It's like a weird chemistry fucking alchemy thing where you have this like thingy and you heat it and it heats. It's like for purification or some shit. So I wonder if that's what the furnace golems are also working as. They're constantly simmering. Like a beaker, but like a special beaker, one that's meant to be heated. You know what I mean? It's like they put a piece of sap in it and then it's been cooking and cooking and cooking and cooking and reducing and reducing and reducing. A crucible? Is that actually a crucible? I know a crucible's a real thing, but I always associate it with like the play. The alchemic air fryer, of course. No, I think it might be a crucible, but like, do you heat crucibles? Crucible's more of a melting pot. Well, they're basically, I mean, they're furnaces, right? And that's the question, are they using the crystal as fuel? Or are they doing something with it, you know? A kiln? I mean, kiln, furnace? I mean, they're furnaces. I guess it really is that simple, huh? We use crucibles in chemistry. Okay, I need to see this. Oh, dang. Yeah. That's so cool. They're like things. They're like things, chat. Crucible is a container in which metals or other substances may be melted or subjected to very high temperatures. It's used for melting or otherwise altering contents. Interesting. Yeah, they operate like Erdtree avatars. Florence flask? I didn't do enough chemistry to know what the things are called. I don't know if I'm thinking of a crucible though. I feel like there's... You know, you always see those in like anime and stuff when there's alchemy. They always have like a flask with like a little fire under it. That's what I'm thinking of. Like in Full Metal Alchemist, you know? Can I even make it back up? Oh my god. I can't, okay. Yes. It's much easier to climb down, but this is fine. Bunsen burner is the flame. I'm talking about the thingy that gets lit. I mean, heat is one of the things, and pressure is also how you make diamonds and shit, right? Like crystals? They need pressure and heat, I think. An Erlenmeyer flask? Could be that. I was once told a coffin could convey its passenger upon a gentle cruise to the velvet garden of deepest purple. Oh, to slumber in such a paradise. So, that's a really interesting thing. Okay. So coffins have also been a transport method for us. Usually down waterfalls. The idea of a giant coffin traversing water in order to get us to where we need to go is basically something that we've already been doing in base game. And then we have these giant stone coffins that probably have crossed the sea. And then we also have a coffin could convey its passenger upon a gentle cruise to the velvet garden of deepest purple, to slumber in such a paradise. It's nice. It's peaceful. It's just like going to sleep. Doesn't imply Trina's been there for quite some time. Yeah, it's one of those things. 'Cause yeah, you're right. But yet, this is supposed to have happened just recently, and we're supposed to be doing it live. Yeah, trust me, I know. The timeline is a little fucked by FromSoft wanting to do this whole, oh my god, Mikola's doing his journey right now as we speak. Doesn't make sense with certain other things. Because yeah, that's a horn-sent ghost, and he's like, yo, I heard Trina's down here. FromSoft tried something, and it was cool, and I get it. I like what they were thinking, but I just think in principle, like in actual practice, it's a little fucked. Is all. Hornsent could have died recently. I mean, if you look at the Hornsent, pretty much all of them look like ghosts. Is this one way? Hang on, let's go to Teolia. Recently for immortal people is nebulous. Yeah, except for the fact that, like, as we progress, Mikola drops his rune. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's sort of the part that I have a pretty big issue with. Do we know anything about the creation of these ghosts? No, but we do know that in this place, specifically the Land of Shadow, it seems, because we don't see these spirit groups anywhere else, even the stone can become a spirit. Also, interesting, perhaps related, people can choose to become spirits by their own volition. A rare case of one who chose to become a spirit voluntarily. We get that from Latena, right? So, were they just here for long enough? Did they choose to become spirits? Nox spirit ashes? The Nox ones are an interesting case. The Nox are different because they go in sort of the puppet category. But yes, same idea. Alter the planned timeline for the DLC towards the end. Okay, but the thing is, they already kind of did that in base game. In base game, Ronnie's quest is sort of affected by the fact that we are the only ones to progress it. Do you know what I mean? So, yes, they did it a little differently in DLC, but the idea is still there. So, yeah, maybe they changed it last minute, but it's not a new concept in Elden Ring. Yeah, just to talk about what I mean, because that is a good point. Yeah, absolutely. They became puppets of their own volition, but the same idea because functionally puppets are spirits. But there's like a little asterisk there. But yeah, good point. That's another one. Also, there are these interesting shadow spirits. I wonder if the magic used by the Lamenter isn't like shadow or something. Lots of jumping down stuff. Lots of that. Lots of running. Ooh, deep purple lily. Yeah, so, this is another hint on Trina's this way. I mean, first of all, frankly, Teolier. If you know lore, you look at Teolier and you're probably gonna be like, that's some Trina-ass shit that you're wearing, motherfucker. And you'd be right. Yeah, I've sort of been thinking about the Lamenter a lot, because their stuff is kind of interesting. It doesn't look like anything else that we've seen. But the ghosts here, they're like a shadow that moves. I'm really wondering if they haven't been influenced by the shadow tree. Revered Spirit Ash. Neat. Yeah, then we find the deep purple lily. It's sort of like, keep going this way and you will find Trina. I think there's an ulcerated tree spirit somewhere down here. Yep. Oh, fuck's sakes. Okay. Fortunately, jump slot. Oh my goodness, the horned bairn? I totally forgot about this item. Yes! Oh, I've been looking for this. I remembered this lore, but I couldn't remember what item it was, and this is so fucking cool and weird. Horned Bairn. Doll of a Tanglehorn Bairn. Uses a fee to summon vengeful spirits around the caster that autonomously chase down foes. Tangled horns are a symbol of spirituality, but most young born bearing the oversized horns meet a frightfully early demise. These fetishes are made to memorialize them. What's really interesting is they depict the horns but not their face. I think this is also an interesting reminder. In that... Oh, the Regal. Okay, we gotta compare the Regal. The problem is I didn't purchase the Regal. So we have to go, like, look at it at the round table hold, which we will do shortly, because I want to do a side-by-side comparison. Ooh, flies. So, what this basically tells us, the horns can be dangerous. It's like they're too small to handle the horns. Could it be something about the latent spirituality of them? Could it be the fact that they're simply small and they have these gigantic tangled horns that are too big for them? Could be a bit of column A, a bit of column B. But even without any interference, sometimes babies die. It's actually also very true. It's a little, you know, sad to think about, but infant mortality in reality used to be very, very high. Because babies could be fragile and there wasn't as much like medicine, things like that. So unfortunately, and access to it, education, hygiene. The Omen doll for Morgott? Interesting. We'll have to look into Godfrey. Because yeah, the doll is so interesting. Ooh, a round rock. I always figured, well actually I only thought about it this recent run, and I was like, I don't know who could have made it, and the only two people that make any sense are Godfrey or Marika. And thus I gave the credit to Marika because she's the one who makes things, but there's no reason that Godfrey can't either. It's just we never see it. Round piece of rock shaped by the water's current, found on the ground at places like riverbanks. It breaks easily owing to extensive cracking. The thing is, even though it was a part of horn scent culture, so was making jars. And that is something that they folded under the umbrella of the Erd tree and repurposed. So I actually don't think it's too unusual. Not to mention, Marika is credited with defeating the fire giants. Godfrey defeated them, but like it was under her banner, right? So both of them defeated the fire giants. And yet, Marika is likely to smith. And they are credited with coming up with smithing. So I guess the idea of using what the things of your enemy isn't that unusual to me. Especially since we don't even really know the divide. Baron also means child. Yes. Yes. Oh my god, this just goes on forever and it's a bunch of flies. But it's cool. It's like a big river and whatnot. I don't really think there's anything else here though. Except for, I think there's like a path or a dungeon or something at the end of all this. But it's like sneaky, it's like tucked away because I missed it my first time through here because it's really just a gigantic fucking river. It's like a cave or something's tucked away somewhere along here. Oh no, maybe up here. Ooh. Lots of bodies. Ooh. That's interesting. The only thing near here is the abandoned ailing village. And there's also flies down here. Do you think that these are bodies discarded from the ailing village? Able to find every DLC boss the first time around? Yes. Yes. I missed a couple NPCs. Like, I totally missed Florisax on the first play, which was a bit of a shame. But I didn't go down the right way. It'd be like that sometimes, you know? Now I think about it, that might be why everyone thought I had the wrong lore idea, because I didn't know the connection to Placidusax. Other than that, I think I had the right lore conclusion on Bayle. Two-headed turtle talisman. A talisman in the shape of a two-headed green turtle. Greatly raises stamina recovery speed. Turtles are known as a nutritious ingredient symbolic of inexhaustible power. Two-headed turtles are a favorite subject in the land of the tower due to the spiral shape of their intertwined necks. But does that mean they were real? Question mark. I knew I remember something. Cool. All right, so that's that. I think that's everything in the water basin as far as I can remember. But we'll go all the way to north just to be sure. Jars are a practical use for minor Erdtree. But they're not just practical. It's meant to... Oh, I just went in a big circle. Oh, maybe that was something new then. It's like using a Christmas tree. They sanctified, or pisanki in Poland. They fuck yeah! I guess I did remember a dungeon and a thing. Oh, cool. In Poland, I think it was in like the 14th century. The whole Easter eggs thing. There's a specific type of Easter egg in Poland called pisanki, which are basically just like painted with really intricate patterns. And this was, of course, like a pagan thing, but they sanctified it and made it a Christian tradition, hence the whole painting of Easter eggs on Easter. The Christmas tree as being like, hey, we put our presents under it. It's because Jesus was born. And it's like, nah, dude, it's because there was a pagan festival at the same time. And it was easier to just be like, yeah, you can keep that party, but you have to be Christian about it. So there is a practicality in using old traditions, but this tradition, the jar tradition, was something particularly used to harm Marika's people directly. So reusing it is also, and making it something beautiful is also really telling in a different way. One thing that's very lost, I think, in lore discourse is that, from what we can tell, Marika did not do anything for revenge. It wasn't destruction for destruction's sake. It wasn't like, you hurt me, so I'm gonna hurt you. And that I think is really interesting. Because like if it was revenge, she'd probably be like, yo, Horn Scent, I'm gonna put all the bourgeoisie ruling class folks in the jar as vengeance. Nah, dude, she was just like, I'm gonna take the jar thing and I'm gonna make it not fucking horrible. Oh, fun. That's so neat. I don't remember this cave very well. Marika wasn't French? Yeah, she didn't use a guillotine. That's how you know. She wasn't like, aha, this is for the working men. It's definitely possible that Godfrey made the fetish, but the other thing though is that it is a remembrance of the Erd tree. That doesn't mean that Godfrey isn't linked to the Erd tree. He very strongly is. He fed off of its sap, in fact. We'll get to that shortly, but the Erd tree is so strongly linked to Marika herself. So when the Regal Omen Baron being like a remembrance item is sort of what has me pausing there. Sacred bloody flesh. Raw meat soaked with blood, a delicacy of the blood fiends. Temporarily boosts physical attack power and arcane. When blood loss occurs nearby, further boosts attack power. The blood is said to have fallen from the formless mother's wound. Never will it dry, never will it rot. Interesting. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. Omen dolls are made to memorialize the ones who lost their life for the horns removal. Omen Royal, like Morgoth, says it was made in secret. Yeah, which to me, like, listen, I'm not saying that Godfrey can't be subtle and whatnot, but I can't imagine him doing shit all in secret. You know what I mean? Like, this is so cool. I don't remember this. Did I miss this on my first playthrough? God, there's like a fucking army of them. Did I interrupt dinner? Oh my god, they hit really hard though still. It's so similar to the Dynasty as well. God, this is so fucking fun. I feel like I'm playing whack-a-mole. This is fucking awesome. They even kind of look like moles. This is the same thing that Moog worships. I also am sort of wondering, were blood fiends once horn scent and they changed, or are they something else? I'm not certain, because like we see them here in the Prospect Town, sorry, over here, and it's a horn scent village. Now, it's possible they moved in because the horn scent were killed during the Holy Crusade, but What if there's something more sinister about him? Ooh. Chief Blood Fiend. Oh, I actually don't remember this chief. I think there's a distinct risk that I missed this. Blood Fiend Hexer's Ashes. Oh, that answers that question. I don't think I've ever fucking found this before. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of a Blood Fiend Hexer. Summoning consumes HP rather than FP. This spirit conducts blood boon rituals with a sacred spear, casts blood flame hexes, and takes a singular pleasure in letting the blood of foes. Long ago, a subjugated tribe discovered a twisted deity amongst the ravages of war, and they were transformed into blood fiends. The Mother of Truth was their savior. Oh, shit. So yes, someone transformed into blood fiends. That's the twisted deity. In the arcane increasing talisman, we've seen it. The Outer God heirloom. The clan who lost everything in the Great Fires peered upon the corpse of their ancestor, normally an act of sanctity, and saw in its shadow a twisted deity. The clan had suffered such torment that the horrible thing was taken as an object of worship. Oh, fuck. And here we go. This is the puzzle piece. Chat, I don't think I ever found this. Because this is the missing puzzle piece. The horn scent were subjugated. That is a horn scent village. And if they lost in the ravages of war, hang on. Lost everything in the Great Fires. When you look at this at first, you're probably gonna think Mesmer, because Mesmer burned everything. But what if this is fire that came before Mesmer? It is possible. But the thing about the horn scent is we also know they despised the fire giants. I guess it sort of depends on when you think like blood fiends started their whole thing. Like when the formless mother worship in earnest began. Like when did they transform? Was it more recent? Was it the subjugation of Mesmer that they're talking about? But the tribe part, I don't know. I really wonder if they're not talking about the fire giants having done this. And that's why they're enemies of the horn scent. Ancestral enemies. There's one of the item descriptions says that they're like ancient ancestral enemies, something like that. The formless mother worship, I think there's a deeper history of it here than we might think. Because once again, I go back to the question, why to enter the ancestral land of the horn scent? Why do we need, well, why did Mikola need Moog? At first I was like, oh, he just needed his omen blood and Morgott was harder to get to. But no, Morgott wasn't harder to get to, not for Mikola, not at first. It could be that this plan came later, but nonetheless, what if it's not Moog's omen blood, but his connection to the formless mother? In other words, what if the horn scent, whether aware or not, worshipped the formless mother? Like, all along. These horns sent without horns? It's true. But fires? Great fires? That's either Mesmer or the fire giants, if you ask me. Like, yes, Hornsent do use fire on their own people. They have the, not the adjudicators. What are they called? Okay, I didn't... Fuck, my jumping without even... Dang it. Inquisitors, thank you. I couldn't think of it. That's exactly it, the Inquisitors. So far. Oh, we can start here, thank goodness. We do know the Formless Mother comes to those in great need. And pain. However, I also do not think that it's a coincidence that both Moog and Morgott encounter the Formless Mother. Of course, they were together, so that's part of it. Like, yeah, but they called out in dismay, and they found her. She came, not any other outer god. Not Frenzy Flame. Not anything else. But the Formless Mother. And they're the only children that were horned. Hefty rock pot. You put a rock in it? It's S scaling in strength. Oh boy. Filled to the brim with crushed rocks. Nothing clever about it. Throw at enemies to inflict heavy damage. Oh, now that's my type of thing this run. Yeah, I also wore this fashion in my first DLC playthrough because it's cute. I actually did want to try something. Let's get to the Grace first. Some more Greybirds. They were subjugated first and then burned? I mean, possible. We do know, though, that the fire giants don't play nice with others. And they are strong enemies. Also, fire giants have a habit of kicking people out of their territory if they, like, what they consider their territory. Kind of mercilessly, so... What do I want to level? Gosh, at this point, it's just a little bit of everything, I suppose. Yeah, let's start getting more int and faith so I can cast more spells and use more stuff. Hornsent worshipping the Formless Mother without knowing is a cool theory. I'm not even saying they didn't know. I'm saying there's a chance it was inadvertent. Bloodborne is a game where pretty much half of it boils down to people are accidentally worshipping a formless deity named Elden. So, you know what I mean? I'm really like, however, the idea of them, because keep in mind, like, what the Hornsent use is all very divine, spiral, horn, like it looks so pure, right? Almost like the Balancers. They use these divine weapons. They're all so pure, angelic, divine. And then underneath it all is the Formless Mother. Because remember, the Balancers didn't choose... They're like, hey, I'm going to go worship the Formless Mother. They were in desperation. They were under attack. And they went to... Oh my god. They were attacked by bandits, and they went to a shrine depicting a divine weapon. And that's when they became thralls, for lack of a better term, to the Formless Mother. Dang, I was gonna show something. Was it a spell? Shit. The Horn Baron, yes. Side-by-side comparison. They needed a mother. It's true, but the Formless Mother doesn't just come to those who need mothers. That's what we thought in base game, but now we know, like, so people were... They looked at their own deity, the guardian... Okay. No, we knew that. They looked at their own deity, and they saw something twisted in its shadow. In its shadow. I also love the phrase shadow. Shadow tree. This could make it Mesmer for sure. But still. I think the Hornsent were definitely subject to the Fire Giant's fire before. Which might be why fire was used on them again. Particularly cruel. Okay, so here's the Regal Omen Baron. Now, of course it depicts the horns, but it also depicts, like, the baby, the face. It does look stone-like. Godfrey does use stone. Doll of a curse-born baron from the Erdtree's royal line. Omen babies born of royalty do not have their horns excised, but instead are kept underground, unbeknownst to anyone, imprisoned for eternity. These immemorial fetishes are fashioned in secret. Alright, so we have that. Actually, what's the other thing? The curse sword? I kind of want to keep all these for the lore. That's why I'm not picking any of them up, because I would like to have them in my inventory, but like now we can have both without having to duplicate anything. They do the same thing. Vengeful spirits. I guess it's like the idea of them dying early makes them bitter and thus vengeful spirits. It's always vengeful spirits, even if it's presumably a natural death with the Hornsent. Omen babies have all their horns excised, causing most to perish. But here's the thing. So this, when we see this, we're like, oh, that's awful, that's terrible. You know, it is. However, if the horns aren't excised, they also perish. Specifically the oversized horns, though. But looking at this, that looks fucking huge. And all the Omen without cut horns, they make the Hornsent look like nothing. Like, those horns are crazy. And of course, they're probably not born with them being quite so immense, but still. I also really think what's interesting here is the depiction of, sorry, this. The Omen Baron. Once again, it doesn't have a face. It's only depicting the horns. Now, I'm not even saying that's a, like, oh, they don't even show their babies with faces. No, I wonder, though, if this isn't a sign of it being by a different style, right? So the Hornsent depict the horns, and it's a little bit more stylized. It clearly is meant to evoke the same thing, but it still looks so different. This looks like it's made of wood. And this looks like it's made of stone. What about this one? Also stone. That's very interesting. Ooh, also, the way the horns are growing out, covering the eyes, yikes. It looks agonizing. Poor omen babies. Stone definitely could be Godfrey. We just don't know enough about him. Also, the fact that the Erd Tree remembers Morgott, I think that that's so telling too. Everyone is remembered. Even Moog, even Rykard, all these folks, everyone's remembered. Even the enemies of the people of the Erd Tree are still remembered by the Shadow Tree. I don't even think that Shadow is meant to be bad. I don't think it's like dark, evil, but living in constant shadow, the lack of balance there, I think, is the problem. A veil was thrown over this land, and they were left in nothing but darkness, and it drove pretty much all of them crazy loopy. I know, but the thing is, I just don't understand. It doesn't make sense. This is one of my biggest mysteries. If babies are thrown in the sewer and just imprisoned, then, like, how did Godfrey have a relationship with them? Did Godwyn have a relationship with them? Did Godwyn care? Did Godwyn want to help them? How were they educated if they were simply imprisoned? Like, I know that's what it's depicted, but it doesn't make sense with the other things that we know. Was Godfrey really, like, sneaking into the sewers to visit his kids? It's possible, but he doesn't really seem like the type to be so subtle. The whole thing with the Omen is so fucking... It doesn't make sense with everything else. Like, the timeline, it doesn't make sense. Okay, if they were imprisoned, if they were fucking chained up, then how are they so educated? You know what I mean? Like, the way they talk, Morgott is one of the most eloquent speakers. He is the most eloquent speaker in the series. How was it possible for him to be that way if he was just like, baby, okay, put him in the sewer? Ronnie Assassin's target Godwyn? Probably the Golden Lineage? No, only one person is killed, and that was the plan all along. Secret private tutoring? Yeah, secret private tutoring in the prison for babies. Sewer baby prison. Like, I know it's possible, but it's just... like, they don't seem... Also, okay, maybe this is just it. Oh, wait, hang on. Thing with Melina. Wanting a mother. To me, that instinct... you can't really miss what you don't have. Right? They didn't call for a father. They called for a mother. Whether they meant to or not. I think that's also meant to be that, you know, the mother is depicted as, like, nurturing and protecting and, like, you know. I think that's so interesting. Secret baby jail. Sewer baby daycare. Yeah, I don't know, man. I get it. Like, I know that's what the game says. It just, to me, it's like, why are they so eloquent? Why is Morgott such a good tactician? If he was just, like, snuck books into the basement. Because frankly, alright, if Godfrey was teaching them, I'm not saying Godfrey's dumb, but he's more of a blunt instrument, right? He's all about, like, rah, strength. Maybe Godwyn. Godwyn's sort of a mystery, though. We don't even know. Cut Quest of Omen is cut. So I don't really want to get lore from it because they cut it for a reason. We don't know what that reason was. In general, I don't know anything about cut content either. I know people sometimes talk about like some Trina shit or some like some silver thing. I don't know any of that stuff. If it's cut, I don't know shit about it. It's too bad because I'm sure it's interesting, but if I can't find it myself, I don't have interest in it. Possible they lived in the palace with Mark and Godfrey, whilst Radigan was away doing things in Liurnia with Renala, like while they were separated. Okay, remember how we talked about how Trina became more of what she was when they were separated, like pretty quickly? If that is the case, then what Marika was and what Radigan was would have become more extreme when they were divided. And if Marika is kindness, I don't know how kindness can put a baby in the sewer. Then again, I don't know how love could kill, and yet Trina does. So it's hard. What does a formless mother want? Bloodletting. Bleed. Blood. Blood. Blood, basically. Just blood. Just all kind of blood. Formless mother came to them essentially educating them. I don't think the formless mother, like, mind-bended them into being intelligent or anything, though. The formless mother... Okay, look at the peak formless mother worshippers that we have in the DLC. Blood fiends. What do? Poke things, rip and tear, and make everything bleed and eat blood and meat. They are not intelligent. So if the formless mother magically made you smart, I think that the blood fiends would be depicted a little differently. So I don't think that the formless mother is why they are smart. What I'm saying is that they didn't get put in the sewer until Radigan became Elden Lord. Yeah, no, I used to think that too, but the problem is it's really hard to get a timeline, and this does indeed depict them as babies. I know it's not this one, but just the Regal Omen Bairn. So that's the thing. It's I don't know how you can reconcile the two. It's a really tough thing. I know a lot of people just go like, oh, Marika's evil, she put her children in the sewer, and then they just like never think about it again. But the thing is, I think that we need to think about it more. Because that doesn't jive with the rest of her character. The Omen Sigil is not quite Ancient Erdtree, though. It's not quite. And the difference is very telling. Because they could have just reused it, so why did they make it different? Anyway, I just more want to, like, discuss this, because I think the Omen twins are basically like the checkmate that so many people use to dismiss Marika as a character. But I have to wonder why. If she is kindness, if she is meant to be a protective mother of the land, if she's all about healing, kindness, and, you know, keeping everyone alive, how can we reconcile that? And how does it make sense? Because she doesn't even, as far as we can tell, despise the Hornsen. She isn't on a quest for vengeance. So how does this fit? And that, I think, is very interesting. And that's why I like to talk about it. Yeah, I think they're like the Jizo statues. Yeah, no, it is a practice, but that's not really it, you know? Are more similar than the Erdtree veneration? I know, but I'm just saying that it's not the same. So when they use something different, there's a reason. If they wanted to do the Ancient Erdtree, then they would have. But it's not quite this. Well, anyway, gamers, I'm gonna call it here for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for enjoying the lore run. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be playing more Silent Hill 2. Right now, all I'm playing is these two games, so we're probably just going to continue them. I want to get further into the lore run and also finish Silent Hill 2. I am eagerly awaiting some releases of games in August. I want to get a lot of this stuff out of the way, so we're going to focus on these. Unless something else comes out that I want to try out as a one-off. Yeah, thank you so much everybody for watching. I'm looking forward to it. Silent Hill 2 has been very fun. We are at we just concluded the hospital. It's been very good. I'm really enjoying it. And the lore has been so fun. It's keeping me sane through all these scary segments. The lore run, probably Tuesday. That's the plan right now. But thank you so much again for watching. Appreciate you guys. I am so freaking hungry. I'm gonna eat and go to bed. Oh no, Night Rain isn't dead. I want to get these things done because, like, I'm concerned that something's gonna drop, or, you know, we're gonna get news on Duskbloods and I'm gonna be like, okay, everything else is canceled, and I don't want to cut off these playthroughs. I want to finish them first. So DLC lore has been fun. It's true. I love it. From sewer baby jail to bad husband jail. I'm more of a sewer baby myself. Good night, everybody. Thank you again so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful night. See you next time. Good night, everybody. Bye. Yeah, we haven't really reached Megala yet. That's a good point.